child molester, in my opinion. That's
no, he's a child molester. He's registered.
Well, he's registered as a child rapist, but is he a child molester? Well, I mean, I think so, but again, I got to take caution here, sir, and just say, in my opinion.
Okay, we're just reporting on the news. Everybody, take a second and understand that we saw this on the internet and we want to comment on it.
Go ahead and just make me and you full screen. We'll listen to his comments. That way he can't strike you for copyright. And I don't know where you went, but...
I'm coming.
No, you're fine. Here you go, guys. Have a listen to this, and then tell me whether or not I should call the cops after I catch him doing this said event.
Right in front of the Fort Collins Police. Yeah, it's very difficult in order to follow somebody.
Hey, what's up?
When they're behind you, right in front of the Fort Collins Police. And I'm done with the lies. Like I said, I
hit the 2 square, bro. 2 square.
And just like I told that.
Welcome to the news. David's about to hit the 2 square button because he's just learning how to work StreamYards. It's that little tab. It's that little tab where it shows a single person, and there's a split screen double person.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, just hit that button. There you go, boss. Now you can't.
I'm figuring it out.
Now you don't have to worry about being copyright struck for this loser making false claims that you stole his content. When in fact, we're just reporting on it. Notice the commentary. Notice the fact that, again, nobody's scared. Like, think about this, dude. You know what I mean? Like, you ain't ready for this. You ain't ready for this guy. You ain't ready for this fucking face.
For this one. You can't touch this face.
Just saying. All right, well, let's take a listen.
Lawyer, you give me reason, I'll keep my word. So
I'm giving you reason.
If anyone needs
I'm giving you reason.
Harley Davidson parts, specifically for the Harley Davidson edition, has some unique interior.
It does.
I mean, the motor's not going to be running.
Now, don't you have enough going on for someone to be threatening your wife? Like, don't you have enough family shit going on? You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course, dude. Like, everybody's got their own shit going on. And I got to say this. Again, nobody's scared, son. Like, I gotta break it down to you like this, dude, like, so you really understand. You don't even so much have to worry about me. You know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day, dude, if that woman caught you vandalizing her fucking shit, she'll probably whoop your ass herself or worse.
Way worse. I know her.
I'm just saying, like, chances are, that woman is not going to tolerate someone, endangering the lives of her children who you have recently collected an address and nude photos of as a child rapist.
About it on the internet. You caught a crime as a pedophile on the internet because you're a dirty little rat on yourself.
Well, the great thing is I have all of this clipped. Like, and if you don't think I do, just know that I do. And thanks for, allowing me that ability by being so public about your statements. But this is what I have. I have a clown who has uploaded nude photos of a child and my address and personal information, solicited you all of that information through the website that he put all of it on, you accepting those terms, and then you admitting that you have obtained the information that he was providing. Oof. Which means that it might just be probable that, whatever enforcement, engages you fucking child rapist fucks might want to have a look at your phone and computer here real soon.
And the Pedo Defense Force.
Yep, so enjoy it. No big deal, dude. I'm not going to wild out and do what I would like to do by any means. I think instead what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use you in my crusade against the clown. We're going to start with this right here. And after we get this right here, which is that nice little protection order, right? We're going to utilize that to obtain all of the emails of the clown in addition to the websites. So the motion for that is going in.
Oh, man. Max, are you going to be part in any of those emails? Mad Max, is your name going to show up on any of those emails having contact with the sex offender and helping coordinate, send him some kitty photos? Seriously, I'm just wondering. You can answer that, or you can panel up too. I'll throw out the link here in a little while.
And, just know that, by the way,
your name doesn't show up in any of those emails,
Max. It happens to be a judge's ruling.
There's the judge's ruling.
Do you know what that judge's ruling looks like?
You got it?
We'll just say that the bird now has wings and he can fly.
Oh, man.
It's a good day, bro. So again, just know, Rex, like, I'm happy to engage in a mutual combat, an athletic competition of strength, but I'm not going to threaten your person with physical violence. I'm just going to give you the option to pursue it if you would like.
Max, why don't I believe you? Right? I mean, why don't I believe you? You can panel up and tell me about it later. Stick around, dude.
There you go.
Record.
That sounds healthy.
Just go ahead and record, Max, so you can make your money. Try to get off of Social Security, okay, bud? Just to let you know, we're trying to help you out.
I mean, it's legal.
Bro, this dude is dying for an opportunity to just get out my personal shit. You know what I mean? Like, I got enough built up tension and aggression right now that I would love an opportunity for someone to agree to allow me to release those frustrations.
Oh, man. Hey, Max, if you don't care what we think here, what I think, what are you really doing here? I mean, just wondering. You can panel up later. I'll throw out the link.
Yeah, 120,000%. That's the reality.
So anyway, that's where I'm at. I got to get ready for work, man. Do you want to show the people? Do you want to show the people some of the entertainment along with how I caught Rex? Now, this is way coincidental. Okay, mind you.
Yeah.
I had no clue that Rex was actively stalking 303's wife and his kids and him at the time that I seen him across the street from where I was parked watching my person.
That's something that the PDF and Mad Max crew do, is encourage either mentally ill people or registered sickos to come watch your family. Right, Max? You guys like that stuff.
A gas tank. So I guess that incident occurred. He must have seen me, decided to try to stalk me for a minute. And then, of course, when I see people doing weird shit, I make sure that I give them what they're due. And I would say that all I did was point out the obvious. You child rapist fuck. All right,
hey, Mad Max, so he records everything now, right? So you're cool with people recording kids and shit like that, right? You guys, that's what you guys are all about, is recording children, right? See, he admits it right there. They like to record children and get a hold of sickos to weaponize them, and mentally ill people to weaponize them. Do you guys remember, some of you all might remember, when I did call the ADA, the American Disabilities Association, and told them there's a group of people online weaponizing mentally ill people to do the dirty work for them to try to silence journalists. Do you guys remember that? I think I recorded that call. Right? That was almost 2 years ago. Huh, Max? Max, you're a little behind, Max. Right? Mad Max is okay with Citizen Z using a mentally ill person to film a family as they're losing their children to CPS. They said they're going to have somebody right there to film that. Are you guys picking kids out of a lineup for sale? Just wondering if that's how sick you fuckers really are. Max.
Go ahead and cue that up, man.
Okay, Max.
Take a look. Or actually, before we do, let's finish listening to this rhetoric, because there's more.
Yeah, do it.
Concrete straw that sit there and sawed off the tailgate and the rear section of the truck, or cut it in half, or just put gouges all the way down the line. Heck, have you ever seen how quick one of those graphite wheels?
You might want to save all of this, Rex. Just so you know,
imagine what
you might want to save every little bit of this live stream. You might want to hold on to it, because this might be the best defense that you will have when it comes to court.
Hey, and also, we got Mad Max recording too, so we're all backing it up, Bird. Keep going.
And of course, I don't think a judge is going to disagree with me much, and I don't think that he's gonna look at the fact that a child rapist who has received nude photos of my children and their address suddenly isn't, we'll just say beyond malicious intent.
No.
So however you want to cut and slice it, you can be like, oh, you threatened my person, even though we know that's untrue. I think I've been very clear about my position on it. And if you want to learn how to hold your breath, son, I will show you how to hold it longer than you ever have before if you allow me the opportunity to do so. So no need for contracts. Verbal agreements is good, or just showing up and being within arm's reach is also acceptable terms for agreeing to said solicitation for entertainment.
Max, come
Go ahead,
on,
run that
Max.
Press metal. It's not even freaking sheet metal.
Panel up, Max.
Hell yeah.
Straight through it.
Butter.
You can get some too, Tommy.
Yeah, you can get some
So,
too,
yeah, I know how
Tommy.
to scrap a vehicle in about 10 minutes. I
What does
take
Tommy
major
look like with
components
that
and cut the frame down to
Oh,
10
dude.
minutes. Wasn't it? I thought that was a really good one. And that's almost as good as mine, ain't it?
Yo, do not ever eat these guys' potato soup. It is highly probable that it has been boiled in children's tears. Just saying.
Yep.
The only thing you need to do is add a little bit more ham.
Oh. And that's probably not really
I
ham.
use a better ham, too. It's more smoked.
Yeah, Max. By the way, just to let you know, okay, the people in this vicinity, sector, or pocket, if you haven't noticed, no one's scared of a pedo clown. Okay, the clown, the same clown that they're talking about that gave over pictures of a toddler over to a sex offender. Why don't you panel up and ask me that, Max? Don't be such a puss bag in the chat. Say, hey, dude, drop the link. I'm going to come up, right? Be a man about it. Grow some spine, right? Probably know you don't have many teeth. That's why you got to make fun of other people that don't have teeth, because that's how the reverse projection goes with you dumbasses.
No, it's got to be something else.
Anyway, now that we've gotten that,
My opinion,
go ahead
probably burnt kids.
StreamYards. If there's any questions about
Max.
the law.
That's your buddy, Max, right there.
Questions about idiots. Why don't you go ask another idiot?
I'm right here. I'm an idiot.
Your stream.
Anyone got questions?
Anyone got questions?
Come on, Max. I'll get you the link. You just hold your horses there, Tonto. See, he says he's going to panel up. He'll probably porn bomb us. I'll be ready for you, though, dude.
Super bad move. Super bad move. We're here to correct it. Like Hallucinator said, it's education.
Did you? Okay, you did it? All right.
He's out there getting help from Tommy.
Right. Like, you got a dude that's been accused of child hanging out with a dude that's convicted of child rape. What a great team. What a great team you guys are.
I got an answer for...
Definitely not American. That's awesome shit.
I have to look that up. I'm not messing.
Come on, Max. No. See, I know you're trying to interrupt the show,
Rex,
but I mean,
get to it, Rex.
You would want all this.
I'll put one up for him.
Hold on, Max. See, Max, you don't have your priorities straight. I said I dropped the link after a little while. Okay, you're recording, right? You would want this all in full for your evidence to send to the pedo clown, right? Why would you want to interrupt it with your stupid rhetoric in the middle of your recording? Okay, just keep getting the clips. I think they're almost done. Bird's got to go to work. He's busy, right? We're all kind of busy, got lives, jobs, children, obligations, animals, gardens, right? We're not just held up in some little shithole trailer in Florida or wherever the hell you're at, right? I don't really care. But, I mean, dude, really, seriously. Right? What are your obligations besides trying to monetize shit videos that you're stealing off of other people? So just hang out for a bit. No one's scared of you, okay? No one's scared of Max. Right? We're going to get to you. Just get your clips, dude. God, you got your priorities all screwed up. No wonder you guys are trying to get daily participation trophies instead of going for a longer term thing like an international radio broadcasting award, right? Wow, that's a once in a lifetime thing right there, Max.
Come fucking cut up the truck. Come cut brake lines.
Yeah. Come find out what happens if you try to cut a truck or cut brake lines or vandalize something in my house.
Rex's gonna try and stay on his pedestal and not talk to us, but I'll let him up here if he hits that link. You know, come off your pedestal, Rex. You're not better than nobody.
This is a thing.
Oh, look at that. Is that the attorney money?
No. I paid that with a credit card, bro. This is
yeah. You know, I don't know who this Stripper D guy is, but yeah, get him up. Get him at. Oh yeah, there's a lot of bunion rubbing going on here, huh, Richard Murdoch? Oh, he knows when to pop up and say the right thing at the right time. The camp cook. Yeah, this guy. Watch out for that guy. But no, seriously, you need to get your buddy up. You know, get your whole pedo defense force out of bed. That way you can mirror and record and all that other fun stuff, right? Oh, yep. 24-hour live stream stalking kids. I know, I'm done. I got to go back to, he's done getting it. No, when the good stuff's just starting, Max, you should keep recording for your pedo clown buddy.
Spendo cash.
Oh, are we going to go get some firearms and ammo?
No, I got plenty of all that too.
Okay.
Oh, no. What I'm just doing is I have a pile of shit that I pulled out of my pocket after going grocery shopping. And now I'm just sorting it out so it's not spread all over my fucking desk.
You want to videotape some stress testing running around and banging stuff later?
Oh, stress
testing. I think we definitely need to get to that soon.
Oh, that's part of the psychological operation, doing some stress testing on some things. Testing your systems for weak points. You ever heard about that, Max? Max. He's gone. He's got to go watch kids on camera. That's what he likes to do, right? Just like his buddy the rodent that likes to put kids on camera, right? I mean, wow, that's just, I mean, dude. Oh, and by the way, I guarantee, okay, Mad Max, okay, your buddy, okay, you guys on your side have the friends that you try to help win court cases that have the sex offender charges. That's you guys. I just tried to point out the guy found some loopholes, got a detective fired, and is probably going to cost the community about $300,000. Just to let you know.
I'm coming up there tonight or today.
Yeah. For the moment, I'm going to hold off because I don't need any people making up stories where they don't really exist. So there's that. But yeah, I mean, whatever, bro. Like, we definitely need to get it on. But honestly, dude, it's almost 11. Yep, and I got to leave here and be there by 11. So I got a few more minutes to hang out with you, and then I got to go.
Hey, you know what, Mad Max? You guys are so easy, okay? Now check this out, all right? You guys are so easy. Yeah, get Edward up here. Let's see if he can keep from blowing up like a bitch. Okay, just to let you know. But Max, you guys are so easy, right? That you tell us how much you're really involved with a conspiracy. What is that? Do you even know those codes, Max? You might need to know your 18 USC 241 or 242 codes. And if you don't, okay, I mean, you guys have been outmatched, just to let you know. I mean, that was kind of my goal to set out after I did my music streams that were getting interrupted by the Muffin Crew, right? They're doing anything they could from the background, like subversive puke bags, right? And so I shifted my focus. Instead of doing music shows, now we get to find guys like this that tell us just what they're doing and how they got their setup just to be cool, and it's ego, and we strike that little nerve. That's what we do to get this guy to just lash out, right? Yeah, and you know what? Go get your buddy Edward. That's right. We'll just leave that one right there. Go get your buddy Edward.
What's up, John? Welcome.
You guys want to know what it looks like to have pocket cash? It's not much. It's not much. let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 50, 60, 70, 80,
All right.
95, 96, 97.
All right. Hey, sorry, I thought you were from that camp right there. Because that's what they've been doing. They've been going, oh, Edward's coming for you in this chat. I'm like, all right, let's do it. But yeah, oh yeah, Eddie boy. Well, you know what we're gonna do with Mr. Edward S. there? Thanks for bringing that up, by the way. We're gonna get them all out of line today. But the thing is, well, more than likely tomorrow is gonna be the inaugural launch of a new armada. Let's just put it that way, in a sense, right? Since we're all playing Star Wars games here. Gonna have some fun with it. Hey, Max, I thought you had other shit to do. To get paid. We are going to get paid. Yes, we know, and you guys need that dirty pedo loot, right? There's no faith there, right? There's no faith, because faith brings bigger blessings than what you can buy with pedo loot and curse yourself. Just saying, Max. Max.
100. Okay, so we're looking at just a little over $520.
There you go.
Pocket cash, one rip bill. No big deal. I mean, that ain't bad for having some pocket change.
Hey, bro, if you need to borrow a generator, I got the upgrade.
Nice. I don't. I mean, dude, I got the one for the house. You know what I mean? Which is that 10K propane unit that's hooked into the big tank.
Hey, Webmaster, I don't know if you're able to. You're too busy, whatever. On being able to, when I throw out the link and screen share that video you're talking about. But you're more than welcome to come on this channel and panel and oh, hey, look, there's Flathead. Hey, Flathead, Corruption Watch is in Mr. 303's chat. Isn't that great? The main supporter that moved out of the country, right, was going to take the rat to court, and for some reason it fell through. Ex-main supporter, apparently, right? Apparently that we heard he's still donating to the rodent. But there you go. We're going to have fun with this guy. I've been waiting to have fun with all you little subversive puke bastards. Max, get your friend Flathead to panel up, Max. Sorry, shutting up. Oh, I'm trying to turn on the camera here. We'll get to it.
Right.
And then, and then of course, I got the 4,500 watt DeWalt that I always keep on hand. So I think I'll be all right. Plus, winter's over, so I don't see a whole lot of power outages.
Max, I thought you were leaving, Max.
No shit.
Yeah. It's running every little thing in there off of half of it, and it runs off of half the load for like 16 hours.
Ooh, you know what? Cheeky Monkey brings up a good idea. I mean, it sounds like Tommy's pretty involved. Maybe, just maybe, actually, we should include this protection order for Tommy, too, since Tommy has been investigated already for potential child abduction. I would say, though, that to any court, just given the circumstances of the situation and the interaction between Rex and the Clown, it's probably not going to bode well for Mr. Fredericks in court.
Bro, I think we should definitely add Tommy to it, and then next time, dude, I'll go in there with you when you go to file. We'll file against Rex and Tommy, bro. And then next time that Tommy's in King Supers, I'll walk in behind him and we'll call.
There you go. I mean, I'm in for whatever, dude. All I know is that you guys are really not that smart.
No.
But, neither am I. So we can all be stupid together.
Let's all be stupid together. I'm okay with it. That's what this is for. It's all for your guys' entertainment.
I mean, I could just take it where, he takes and be like, I could make idle threats all day long because, it's freedom of speech, right? Like,
we're going to remove the speakers. We're going to remove the speakers and the sound system from the show mobile.
But bro, I'm just going to fucking stick a fucking gas fuse in it and light that bitch on fire and watch it fucking blow up, right? Like, I can say those things. Anything I want to say. Because that's freedom of speech. No. I'm saying because of the way that the law is currently instated, I can say those things, and it is freedom of speech. Now, mind you, I'm not going to stoop to that level. I'm not going to threaten to fucking, show up and cut this guy's brake lines. I'm not going to threaten to pop his tires. I'm not going to threaten to, blow up his fucking house, because
We don't need to do that.
all of those things are stupid and childish, son, especially since I know, just like if I were to make those kinds of fucking terroristic type threats, that I really wouldn't be following through with it. Why? Because you're too weak, dude. As big and bad as you think that you are too frail and too weak to actually test out the results of what happens by trying such activities. So it's like, why would I stoop to your level and make those kinds of claims? Why would I threaten to do anything that could potentially be criminal if I were to carry it out? I'm not that kind of.
Makes very much sense.
Yeah, I'm not that kind of guy. Like, just because you can, don't mean you should.
Right. We have stuff to lose. Rex doesn't have a family. Rex will never.
What's that? Oh, actually, dude, I'm gonna have to make a call, bro. Sounds like I got a couple of flat tires outside.
Oh, did they go up on the property?
Oh, yeah, hit you while you're inside, either streaming and they know you're streaming and you're not looking out the window, right? Or they know you don't have a camera system, or they get you while you're sleeping. Instead of doing that audit they like to do right up in your face, it's always got to be across the street using a mentally ill man, or walking by or driving by. It's never just like coming up to your gate, or come knock on your door like they're, Jehovah's Witnesses. Hey, we're here to help, right? You know what I'm saying? It's always, wow, while you're sleeping or while you're streaming when they know you're too busy. Isn't that great?
That's not going to look good for you, Rex. Like, you make a bunch of threats and suddenly they've been sought out. Oof.
Oh, the police are going to go for Rex because apparently
you know what I find interesting about that comment there? I don't know who that is, okay? First time I've ever seen that account. But a cult. And he's probably right. He's more than likely right. Like, Edward S. is more like running a cult to weaponize sickos and half-wits, once again, to call the police on other predator poachers, CPP. I'm just reporting the news. I don't know the guy. I know he's got a lot of watchers where Edward might be jealous of all his, watchers, and that's how they do it. Call the cops on somebody that's successful, so that way you get all of their crew. It doesn't matter how you do it. But isn't that the pedo defense force? Where you're calling the cops on other pred poachers. Just wondering.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to make that call and just let Johnny Law know that I have a vandalized vehicle after threats of vandalizing my vehicle were made just last night.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
The timing.
People are very smart.
Well, that's kind of like the timing, everybody, on it would be when I got that strike the other night, right? The strike comes in about 10 p.m., few minutes after we go into Scotty's chat, right? Then all of a sudden, I checked the email like down the road, like 10:45. I saw it like pop up as an alert. I'm like, son of a bitch, what happened? I go to check it later, about 10:45. Put in, a nice, soft, easy appeal. I knew I wasn't going to win that one anyway, right? So put in a nice, soft, easy, appeal. Instead of maybe going for the jugular every appeal, kind of, just I think I put in real something nice. Please reinstate my channel type thing, right? Maybe try to appease the snowflake in Silicon Valley. You know what I'm saying? So within 3 minutes later, I've got the evidence. We showed it already, right? Even gave out my personal email. Anybody needs to contact me. It's out there, right? So here's the thing. It only took a few minutes to get that appeal to come back denied. See how swift, it's like they've been building up and planning and trying and data mining for like this moment to where they can just do one steamroller. But here's the thing, and you guys know, I'm not really two-party system, Trump or Biden, whatever, right? But right before Trump left office, he did put out an executive memo, not an order, a memo, reminding people that gang stalking is illegal in the United States. Just saying.
They're not. All right, well, I'll catch you later, dude. I'm going to make this police call, and after I'm done with that, I got to go to work. So
Send me some pictures. I'll make a short out of it.
there you go.
All right, buddy. Be
Take
safe.
care.
Get him 303.
Welcome back.
See, they're immediate. Wow. People
So,
are getting their tires
that's what we've got
slashed
going
and shit.
on. We say these people aren't smart. Bert goes out to go to work and realizes that they had come up and cut his tires. So, Rex, the police are coming for you now.
Well, just to let you know, whoever it was, okay. Well, we know, and this is the problem here. We know they're gaslighting halfwits, weaponizing sickos to do these things and lash out. But the cannon fodder goes and actually does the real act. The halfwits, the sickos that they've weaponized to do that. But whoever, let's say it was malicious, or he ran over a few nails that were thrown out in his way, maybe, you know what I'm saying? Depends on if it's two tires on the same side. You just don't know, right? But you guys think you can get away with doing stuff like that. But see, here you go, you guys, okay? As they've been mounting up for these moments to unload, right? Well, we've been planning for that and what the counter will be. See, once again, let other people spew off, fire off, flap their yap, and we know what's going on. But the counter to that, right, is, well, you know what? Somebody panel up here in a few minutes. There you go, data miner. Yeah, you're still around. You'll be able to panel up. We'll go over that.
Thank you for letting yourself get so agitated that you just set yourself up, Rex. You know what I mean? Couldn't have asked for this to go any better. It's just like me calling Fort Collins and saying, hey, will you guys come out here and threaten my life? Not identify yourself. We can make a really good video for YouTube. It'll be amazing. You know what I mean? I just want to hang out with the police, right? And the cops be like, yeah, bro, no big deal. We'll be there in 5 minutes. We'll have ARs. We'll threaten your life. No big deal. And they work for a pedophile. That's hilarious. You know what I mean? Why do you think the police aren't coming over here anymore, guys? Because they realized who's calling. They realized that they were working for a pedophile, and they're not going to help him.
The thing is coming to that evidence and conclusion through the evidence. What's interesting is then the police should be able to assert your constitutional rights, protect your constitutional rights, but instead this isn't the only case here. This is just one of the many. See what I'm saying? Wow, dude.
They don't care that I'm out here on the side of the road anymore.
No, they're just scheming and planning, seeing they're
I've had this generator running 24 hours a day since I got it. Police haven't been out here. Why do you think that is? Because they're not going to help a registered pedophile. The court won't help you get a restraining order against me or file a lawsuit, Rex. Because you're a registered pedophile. And no one's going to help you. That's how this works. We can say and do anything we want. And the law is what we say it is, Rex. So, now that we've got that taken care of. How's everybody's morning? Thank you guys all for stopping in here and showing support to the channel. We super appreciate each and every one of you. You guys like to like and share because we're about to bring you people following Rex. Anyone who does this is going to send me the video footage so I can give it to you, because this is all for shits and grins and laughs and your entertainment. So there's that. We're going to work it out. It's going to be a great time. We also have more live streams. We have more StreamYard. You guys are all welcome to come up and hang out. I know that there's a couple of people that have been talking about me. This is living the dream. Got myself a full-time job out of this jackpot. I'm so stoked. You know what I mean? Someone was like, you have verbal judo, Mr. 303. You know how to physically handle someone who is trying to goad you into physical violence. I got a job for punching a pedophile in the chest while carrying a firearm, and it wasn't aggravated assault. It was self-defense. Isn't that awesome? So I just appreciate all you guys being here, supporting me, my family, this channel, my come up, you know what I mean? Becoming more healthy. This is more about me than it is about Rex. Rex is just in the middle of it. But being healthy, you can do this kind of stuff instead of doing stuff that will get you in trouble. So, pretty stoked. Pretty stoked. Everything is going good. We're going to go work out a bulletproof vest, because that's the only thing left that I don't have for my new job. Starting in Denver on Monday, which means it's all going to work out. I have a nice little hourly coming. We're not going to be on the side of the street for very much longer. First paycheck, folks. First paycheck.
Yay! See? Holy
this is an American success story. You don't know anybody else that can get this amount of money and lose it and then gain it again. With 6 kids. Next to... Thanks for being here. FH, my bud. It is...
I want to get into that story a little bit. Whether it's, hey, okay. Even some success stories are based upon bullshit, but still the end result is the same. There's still a success story there. So this guy's had hardship, children, puppies running around the freaking RV that he bought that, it'd been sitting for a while. And when that happens, you get stuff starting to break down. And so he's broke down and it's been really rough. And it's been a great audit. Let's put it that way. Whether or not it's, there's something going on there with Fort Collins, just to let you know. But anyways, okay, that's side note. But, yeah, all of a sudden, because he's putting these sickos on blast, he gets a call from Denver from a security company, and I believe the job offer may have been $46 an hour, starting out, a little bump in pay for being a wise guy on the internet. Oh man, right? Holy crap! Hey, that's the way some good stories end, right? That could be a good shutdown for me right there. We found the American story out of the whole horrible scenario, set precedent, got to get clips of a judge slapping down a state actor and all these shitbags trying to back that state actor to win against 303 and setting precedent in Colorado. That's what we've been trying to follow. Isn't that amazing? Well, check it out. What we're going to do is I'm going to go to music just for a little bit. Few songs. Got something to take care of. I'll come back. We'll drop the link. And let's say if we can keep the conversation to current, not slapping mud around from so much of the past. If it's got to happen, it'll probably happen, more than likely gonna happen, right? Slinging mud from around the past, right? That last statement in the chat room, I don't know about all that. I don't know. That's the first time I've seen something like that. But just in case, well, no, they've said bullshit about people like myself. So, I mean, even if something like that's bullshit, but I will say this. If this lady won't go to the police or come out public, then how do people know? So there's so much bullshit, even though I would, what was it? Somebody said it the other day. Oh, well, doesn't matter if it's bullshit. Oh, it was Urban Disciples. I think we're going to listen to that later on. I didn't get to listen to his stream, and I've been wanting to, and I got to go mobile and put that on, see if anybody wants to try to hack the broadcaster while I'm on the road, right? But we'll be listening to Urban Disciples, but he says something in there that, we'll come back around to all of that, and you might know what I was leading into there. But, oh, yeah, he was saying that, it might not be true that there might be somebody that on the registry, right, on the SO or the SR registry, and what was he saying? But, he's just going to leave it posted there, right? So, just an FYI, disclaimer, still trying to give somebody their freedom of speech. I mean, the trolls got their freedom of speech and have no repercussions, right? But guess what, everybody? April 1st is coming around, April Fool's Day, and that's when we let the trolls win on one day of the year. So we'll be having fun with that. We'll see what they can come up with. They're probably planning. They plan around that all year. They do talk about it throughout the year. We can't wait for April 1st to come around where the trolls win. they're gonna be there, right? Until, some more court cases finalized. But see, the thing is, they expected the court case precedent to swing in the trolls' favor because they're using sickos to protect those trolls. But the sickos say they're gonna take out those trolls, just like maybe News Now Houston, right? Oh, he's going to take down dirty cops, but he's actually, there's something to where, even with poor Dirt Farmer, where he's putting out videos about cops getting busted, but it's still like the sex offender shuffle, where they're telling you what they're doing. Do you either acclimate, or they're going to be able to hide some bullshit in between? But, it just seems like a half-ass operation over there with PDF. This guy's buddy right here. Right? It's kind of half-assed operation where they say they're exposing, but what they're actually really doing, you guys, is doing the sex offender shuffle, where they got to go on a commercial and say, yep, we're all sex offenders, right? Really, there was a Florida commercial. We put it on this channel or the other channel the other day. They got to tell you what they're doing or what they've done or what they're about to do. Really, that's why Mad Max had to put this, let's see, had to put this comment in here. Let's see, where's it at? Oh, there you go. He's always recording. I just have many things to record from, and you're just one. You got to go to my other ones now. Right, recording children in Chilliwack, where it's under the guise they're doing some auditing and mountain watching. Well, hey, that's, go ahead and try. See, that's the thing in the U.S., right? Even though Canada got a little bit different laws, but see, here's the thing: is you should be able to, right, assert your rights and do it without really asking for permission until somebody goes, no, actually, you're over the line, Donnie, right? Over the line. And there's big difference between auditing public buildings, right, and maybe a church because of 501c3, right? Some private businesses because it's still a private, public-private. But once it comes down to private property and no trespassing signs, well, the audit stops on the street, but you still can't trespass the camera. But when you're admitting that you're auditing a family that has children playing out in the front yard, and they're already being surveilled by their own surveillance system, right? There's, mentally ill man being gaslit once again. See, we can go through this. We will. We can. Because we can go live, right? Just because Mr. Jones tries to double reverse and say, oh, Mr. Cox is going to go live about this one, right? Well, yeah, you're on a streaming platform, and there's broadcasters out there that run streams, right? Wow. Right? Wow. Oh man, what are you gonna do? But no, it's not a friend. These guys have gone beyond friends to cohorts and co-conspirators pertaining to this. Oh man, where's it at? Pertaining to that comment right there. It's gone to co-conspirators, especially internationally. See, we're dealing, and I've talked about this before, we're not just talking about domestic terrorism happening, talking internationally, but it's why before this time period era right here, why was there so much collusion with sickos to silence activists, journalists, LARPers, right? On the internet. Anyways, let's get into some music here, and then I'm going to drop the link. I got some stuff to take care of. Thanks for joining in. And we'll have a little panel here because you know what? I'm waiting for it to get warm outside. It's not raining, and I've got stuff to do outside. So I'm going to be here just for a little while, and then we're going to more of a podcast mode. We'll go back to a podcast mode and play more music and line some stuff up. Oh my gosh, we got the blown engine. We got to get the freaking blown engine. We got a whole blown engine series playlist that I just found. We'll be playing some of that. Oh no. Oh no. I want to see if there's any copyright on these songs. Whoa. I think I found us a kickin' playlist if we don't get blocked for it. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe. Yeah. Dang it. Yeah, I found the police playlist that had some older tracks on it that I thought that weren't copyrighted, but now they're copyright. Here we go. I just think a lot of these hillbillies, to tell you the truth here, I think a lot of these hillbillies, I think there's a little something more than just like the dopamine they're after. Can anybody agree? I mean, there's definitely like the brain drug but I'm thinking there's a little more going on there with these guys. You know, I'm thinking they've got like frazzled out receptors from trying to get so much dopamine from a thumbs up and a monetization check, knowing that they can gang stalk, you know, get monetized for gang stalking. See what I'm saying? So I think there's a little something more going on there with these guys than just their dopamine drug, their brain candy, right? I mean, dude, I'll tell you what, if I was doing drugs like Mad Max and PDF and shit like that, and doing maybe the amounts of 100% Colombian disco shit that they do, right? You know what I'm talking about, right? If I did as much drugs as them, I would not have a nasular voice like this. I would have clear sinuses, right? Be like, hello, how you doing there today?
You tried for so long and still she goes on, taking all sides of conflict. of hostility like it's her duty to translate abuse into war. Yet isn't this her charm, translating abuse into warmth? Illusion, illusion, illusion. Ingenua en el viento una flor, above you she'll tower. When you lay out your hand, in yours you'll find her. She will manage to get and repair your damaged illusion. Illusion. Love her for what she is. Put your arms around her. Shelter her from fear. Wipe away her tears. Yet isn't this her charm? Translating abuse into warmth. Illusion. 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 This is the way it was meant to be. You can't just abandon her. Leave her to suffer the cost for. Without her charm you're lost. She will manage to get and repair your damage. Illusion. Illusion. Las lágrimas por la mañana, cuando las ilusiones se acaban. Orgullosa en el viento la flor bailaba la danza de amor. Las lágrimas por la mañana, cuando las ilusiones se acaban. Orgullosa en el viento la flor bailaba la danza de amor. She will manage to get and repair your damage. Illusion. Love her for what she is. Illusion. Bailaba la danza de amor. Ilusión. Orgullosa en el viento la flor bailaba la danza de amor. Ilusión. 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 Ilusión.
All right, one more kind of short song here while we get set up. I'm dropping the link in the chat. Everybody wants to join in. Here's your chance, dude. Get Low, name of this track.
get it on the block.
I'm not.
touch people with that. First impression being positive. There's a difference between whether they continue to even think about this or not.
No one wants to talk about any court cases, huh? Why doesn't anybody want to talk about any court cases? Like, it was so gung-ho right at the beginning of the broadcast. Like, oh, let's do this, right? Last night, let's do this. Well, I think we have a fresh account with, plenty of scrapyards hours. So I think we're going to be here for a while today. But, I mean, I'll be around. Okay, I can't be glued to this. Got other things going on, but I mean, if you want to come on the panel, drop something in the chat. Says, hey, Cox, I'm around. I'm going to hit the back here in a minute, right? Something like that. Be like, right on. I'm around. I got stuff going on, though. I got things to clear off my chores list.
Baila tus problemas away, baila así, mami. Baila así, entonces baila así. Baila tus problemas away, baila así, mami. Baila así, entonces baila así. Baila tus problemas away, baila así, mami. Baila así, entonces baila así. Baila tus problemas away, baila así, mami. Baila así, entonces baila así. Baila tus problemas away, baila así, mami. Baila así, entonces baila así. Baila tus problemas away, baila así.
Ritmo revolucionario para la gente. Ritmo revolucionario para ti, para mí. Saca tus problemas para la calle, para afuera. Y baila. Esto suena duro, duro. Baila tus problemas away.
Baila tus problemas away, baila así, mami. Baila así, entonces baila así. Baila tus problemas away, baila así, mami. Baila así, entonces baila así. Baila tus problemas away, baila así.
Sometimes when the going gets tough, you gotta look at your friends beside you. Every now and then send a prayer up, 'cause the devil's 2 steps behind you. And count your lucky stars, the trouble don't come and find you. Step into the ring, brother, crack another smile. There's only gonna be one standing. Walk the lonely road, you'll be through. This time doing better than you know. Nobody's gonna stop the show. Look what you made me do. Look what you made me do. Walk down a parent lane, town just wasn't big enough. Well, the rap makes two of us so full of love and pride. Try hard to find my way through and through. This time doing better than you know. Nobody's gonna stop the show. Look what you made me do. Look what you made me do. estoy cansado, cansado y deprimido, miro a triste ratón. Lleva años haciendo fechoría, algunas son como las mías y otras peor. Me preocupa, lo noto un poco raro. Ha de haber fumado, pues no me ha visto aún. Hey amigo, ¿qué es lo que estás buscando? Te veo en mal estado, vamos, dime qué pasó.
Se paseo, indícame unos tragos, necesito el alcohol. Vamos viejo, vamos a enloquecer. Mi novio me ha dejado con otra, se fugó. ¿Por qué no dices nada? Invítame unos tragos, necesito el alcohol. Vamos viejo, vamos a enloquecernos.
Mejor voy a acabar tus penas, díganle adiós al ratón. Díganle adiós al ratón.
Becky Dean, Huddy Ledbetter will play first as a one-step, next as a two-step, and last of all as a cakewalk. This is an old song that he learned when he was a boy.
Becky Dean, she was a gambling gal. She won the money and she ran. Becky Dean, she was a gambling gal. She won the money and she ran. Becky Dean had a game on the ground. She went all the money, laid down. Becky and again on the ground. She went all the money, laid down. I didn't care want to be the cake, be the two-step. didn't have but the one thing dime. Becky Dean walked all this way from East St. Louis, but he didn't have but the one thing. I'm gonna change it up in the cake box. Spend it all on the sake of this man of mine. It's the life of the guy, but then he's so fine. That's just spinning all on the sake of the man of mine. But it's that guy thief and all over the world. And the Becky thief is a gambling girl. Just Miss Becky thief, honey, all over the world. And Miss Becky thief is a gambling girl.
a second, man. What do you think the teacher's gonna look like this year? Teacher, stop that. Teacher, no TC. No, I'll be no temple. Maybe I should go to hell, but I'm doing well. Teacher needs to see me after school. I don't know all the education that I missed, but then my homework was never quite like this. I'm not the teacher. I'm not the teacher. I'm not the teacher. Argumentations were back. Hey, I brought my pencil. Give me something to write on. Hey. Man, I think the clock is slow. I don't feel turn. Class dismissed.
My life, come on, yeah. I'm a survivor, a rebel, outsider. Come on, yeah. I'm a survivor, a rebel, outsider. My life, come on, yeah. I'm a survivor, a rebel, outsider. Come on, yeah. I'm a survivor, a rebel, outsider.
My life, a journey across acres of city breakers. A jerky synchronization, 24 frames per second. I filed past these tracks and climbed chimney stacks. The unconscious rhythm still booming in my ears. As I dream, it seems I've been living in this scene for a very long time. I'm a survivor. I'm a survivor.
I'm a rebel, I'm a survivor. I live my life, my life, my life. I'm a rebel, I'm a survivor. I live my life, my life, my life. Come on, I'm a survivor and I'm a rebel. I live my life, my life, my life. Come on, I'm a rebel, I'm a survivor. I live my life, my life. This is my life.
gangsters and pranksters. They've all come my way, but now I keep on moving. While raising my eyes to surprise of colors, where a rainbow is born. This journey seems familiar, no longer do I feel inferior. I see a warrior's sword, his faith and poetry of protection is my reward. I am a survivor, I am a survivor. My life come yeah, a survivor, a rebel outsider. My life come yeah, a survivor, a rebel outsider. While I rise to the surprise of color. No longer do I feel inferior. I see a warrior's sword. His faith and poetry of protection is our reward. I am a survivor, in the sight of man. I am a survivor.
Hey, I'm just checking. It looks like there's somebody backstage. Let me see. Here it is. Okay, we got somebody backstage. I just saw it. Got back from Studio C. Hang on for a minute there. Oh, they just left. Oh, it's Alias. What's up, Alias? Hold on a little bit. Alias, jump back on. I'm ready here in a minute. Alias, I usually tell people if you want on a panel, you got to let me know because I'm in a different studio. I'm working in a totally different spot. I was in Studio C, and oh yeah, hold on. I was in Studio C, and the streamer's in Studio B, so I don't know if anybody's in the backstage because I'm watching the chat, and I told you guys. If anybody wants on the panel, let me know in the chat. All of a sudden, you're just sitting back there when I come back, no one knew you were back there. So try again, Alias, if you really want on. Oh my gosh. But I'm chilling. I'm chilling here for a few minutes, but I was going to let more music play because I'm about at lunchtime too, but I got a little bit, yeah, I got a phone call. Hold on. Who's backstage? There's Alias. Hold on. I'll be there just 1 minute, okay? Alias, also, because of your connection, you might want to turn your camera off, just to let you know. But, I mean, if you want it on for a minute till you drop out, whatever, it's okay. But I'll let you know if you start dropping out. I got to go over to the audio side, do some setting changes. Well, we know your mic's working.
Oh, you heard me?
How
I'm
you
going to
doing
go
there?
ahead and uncam. Hi, Cox. Shizzle, Scotty, all the rest, y'all.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to leave your cam on until you start dropping out, that'll let you know some stuff. But you get waves on your internet where it's kind of like mine, when you're kind of remote, you still get, good spots, bad spots in the internet connection.
Cox, when I started noticing how bad my internet was, I started calling daily to let AT&T know. And they check you out on those computers and like, oh my goodness, you're right. You have been having a hard time. Ugh. But anyway, so they sent me 3 new rotor boxes. And they didn't help. So one day I decided to call up and ask them to give me internet next door. And they said, "Oh, we're sorry, we don't cover next door. Next door is 30 feet away from my door. So they don't connect our area, but they charge us $70 an hour to muck with us."
Right. Woo. Man.
Hi, Shizzle. Respect back at ya, 101. I'm liking the music, Cox.
Yeah, I just wish it sounded better through this stupid platform. It was crazy. Did you catch what happened last night? We had a Soc account that came in last night. I'm using my regular broadcaster. No. Okay, so yeah, check this out. Soc account. All right, so Soc account comes in last night. Jack Sparrow, drop the link. I'm joining in. I'm like, well, I don't know if you really, are going to be able to join in, but I got a link here. If you can. So I dropped the other broadcaster link to join, and he's like, that's not the real link. Yeah, so he didn't dare. He's like, that's not the. No, it's that's what I was trying to tell you. You probably won't join in. So what's truth comes up after clicking the link. He's like, I'm here. Nothing happened. Nothing blew up on his end by clicking a Melon app link. Crazy, huh? So that's why we're on this broadcaster today, and the music just sits there and goes in and out in a stupid filter, and it's pissing me off that they don't. Well, it's on purpose. That's my main point. It's on purpose.
I never had any issue with that Melon bot. I thought it worked fine. I didn't understand all the paranoia. Oh no, now he knows who I am. Oh dear, I accidentally cammed up. Now they know who I am.
Well, see, the thing is on the Melon app, it doesn't show me anybody that pops up. The StreamYards does, but they have to use the StreamYards because of that feature. It's so stupid.
I know, but Cox, unless you can prove every single word you say, we don't want to hear it.
It's already been proven.
It's funny. I'm joking with you. So, Cox, I need to tell you something. I learned an awful lot in the last couple of days. And I got to tell you that I'm embarrassed. But you know what? Why should I be? I can't be out there as many hours as most of you. And I cannot see it all. None of us can. So I don't think we should be harassed so terribly for our opinions on what we do see. I didn't know.
That's not organic.
What?
That crap's not organic, though. People coming at you for your opinions. I mean, if it was just a healthy debate, it's not organic. It's a fucking LARP that they're doing. They thought they could get away with.
I appreciate AJOT because I know that my opinions aren't very favorable in some important matters. I'm sorry. I was raised in a way that taught me to think different than many. And it don't matter. AJOT could have tapped me down like that idiot, no balls, no man, a guy, FM, but she didn't, and I appreciate it. I also appreciated seeing her up on your panel a couple of days ago. My gosh, she sounds rather timid when speaking.
Well, we don't get to talk very much. We don't know each other, so like knowing what to talk about on the fly, we still had a pretty good conversation, and that's just the way it goes. Now, the only thing that I can tell you is that, I mean, you want your opinions, you want your say, and that's why you have your own channel. Don't let them stop you from doing that. They're going to try to shut you down every which way than another, but I mean, I just got to be honest with you. You're kind of in the lion's mouth there, hanging out with some of the people you are that are pro censorship and pro bullshit.
Care to elaborate? You got any names you want to throw at me, Cox? What?
Well, yeah, I mean, Treach has been the subject for the last, he's made himself the subject quite a bit. And, we've played plenty of clips of this guy and his agenda, the way I think him and Tacos are LARP fighting right now.
Oh, please. There's no way. Listen, she's doing plenty of LARPing all on her own. and lying some too, but it's not a LARP between the two of them. I can promise you. And I don't, here's the thing, Cox, I haven't seen it all. A lot of times I'll hook up onto your shows and I'll be working around the house or I'll be doing something. I'm not actually paying complete and full attention. Like I said,
Yeah.
I don't have 8, 12, 13 thousands of hours a week to offer to hear everything. And here's the thing, I don't need to hear it all. I know enough about the folks that I like that it's not going to matter what others say. Yeah, I got to admit, she got him good yesterday. Yeah, I saw another clip of that. Hypocrisy is a fine line.
Yeah, it's kind of like play fights, LARP season.
Yeah,
And that's the way I see it. Now let me explain to you the way I see it real quick. Go ahead.
I always struggled relating to your state actors because I thought you were exaggerating the extent of it. And as for the LARP fights, it makes me curious, but I'm wondering if we're not exaggerating ever so slightly. There's no way that Treach and that cow over there are LARPing a fight. She's fighting with everyone.
Okay, well that's I mean that's your opinion. I let you state it. Now, are you interested in my point of view, in my let's say the facts that have happened and the way I see it? That's the way I got to explain it.
Yes, I'm fine with hearing your opinion. Go ahead. Oh, I lost.
But you see, the thing is, are you here to just half-ass retain the information, like you just said? You know, you're retaining some while you're listening, or are you truly interested?
Cox, when I jump on a panel, I'm not just listening. I'm not,
Okay.
or I am paying closer attention. I try.
Uh-huh.
So go ahead. I mean, I hate to hear things over and 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 over, especially if it goes on for years and years and years and years and years. But some of this stuff is new, and I don't mind hearing it.
Well, see, the thing is developing the pattern of what's happened in the past and what people have missed. That's what they count on. So establishing that pattern. So here's your pattern, okay? Treach and Tacos have been play fighting since the New Year's. Let's put it that way, right? They're edging it up. They know they're going to have to play fight, okay? Just my opinion, the way I see it. All right? So she's really trading paint with them 2 days ago, going on a loop, right? Goes live, busting them out, talking some real serious trash. They know that more than likely someone will start mirroring, right? I mean, come on. Someone would start either mirroring or recording, correct, right? Right?
Absolutely. She's counting on it. She's counting on it.
Right. Okay. So that video goes on private, that stream, because she was doing a loop stream. She's playing those clips on loop. She puts that stream on private and strikes the shit out of my channel for violent acts, and it sticks.
Listen,
now,
people wonder why we want to record some of them dirty birds out there. Why do we want to record it? Because I want to hear it again, honey.
Well, that's what they don't want. They're every move that they're making is a setup. Every move they're making. So here's another bit of the pattern, okay? Eric Spitfire goes live about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago now, right? And hey, what you're listening to me through the speakers, just turn those down just a little bit. Because we're getting a little feedback, okay, Alias?
Oh, shit. Okay.
You're all right. The speakers you're listening to, just turn them down just a little bit. They're just a little bit, okay? So Eric Spitfire goes live a couple years ago, and him and Jamie, Slobbermouth Jamie, do the Fucktard song, right? They're singing the Fucktard song. They're really getting into it. They are clapping, right? I grab a clip of it, upload it. Eric Spitfire stream goes down, and that they strike the shit out of my clip of Eric for bullying. when he's actually gathering the evidence of him bullying someone else. If that's, I mean, that's the way you got to go to their terminology in their sandbox. They say it's bullying. Okay, it's bullying. There were no violent acts or display of violent acts on the video that just took, well, put my channel down. Let's put it that way, right? Channel's in retirement for a while.
What channel?
My main channel. So that's
Listen,
actually
do you know why did Eric lose another one?
Because he's a dumbass, or it's part of his LARP to go around, oh, I've been censored, so he can get up on other people's panels and talk about geoengineering and get him struck and the VAX.
It really is amazing how much people are gravitating to this victimhood. I want to cry every day how everybody's so mean to me. I've done nothing to anyone.
Hey, are you trying to explain that's what Cox is doing every day?
No, I'm talking about sugar.
Right?
So,
that's what they say. That's what Fellow Con says every day. He goes around, oh, Cox is crying on a stream again. Jones, oh, Cox is crying on a stream again. Oh, he's going to stream. That's what you do on a streaming platform, guys.
Well,
you can
like
say
I said, I've never been afraid, and I've always appreciated history lessons. It's just I hate to watch a 10-hour stream to get 5 minutes.
Well,
Sorry.
You're operating off of hate. See, that's where let's say Alias has been recruited to take notes of Mr. Cox, right? Just hypothetically, and well, I mean that's the whole goal, is to waste your time then. So don't operate off of hate. Enjoy the moment.
Cox,
there's new
yesterday. Cox, 2 days ago, a video hit my recommends, and it was you playing guitar 9 years ago, or at least that's when the video came out. I couldn't believe it. You in the flesh, all cammed up, playing your guitar. Are you left-handed?
No.
Okay, so it just looked like you were. It sounded good, and I'm going to put it in one of my. I'm going to put it in one of mine next, if you don't mind.
Oh yeah, yeah. Since you're backing up part of the channel, good, and that's what needs to be done. Everybody back up each other's
I don't get all worried about people sharing my shit. I don't get worried about people sharing my shit. I find it to be promoting. Here, look what I saw. You might like it too. Or if you don't like it, you'll find other places to go. See, because that's how we travel, a lot of us that don't know how to do it. Every time you people bash other people, we want to know why. So we go and look.
Well, let me get in there with this, because so the way I look at it is we're backing up evidence of other people's channels and so forth, okay? So when I take that, I stripped that channel down the other day, 2 days ago now. The Fellow Con crew goes around and says, oh, he's trying to preserve his crimes, trying to hide his crimes again. The way I look at it is preserving evidence of other people's crimes. You know what I'm saying? But I'm the one creating the crimes for some reason in their small narrow.
Yes, I hear what you're saying, Cox. It's always nice when you take a breath in between. Always nice.
Take a breath in between. Take the channel down. Take the channel down and go sit in the hot tub for a few days, right?
Oh, stop teasing me all the time.
That's not teasing. That's fact. I just got out of the hot tub a minute ago. That's why I was like, not seeing anybody was in the back room.
Cox, I don't care. If you can't prove it, I don't want to hear about it.
But right, the thing is like, why does everyone have to start proving things that have already been proven? Why do people have to start proving to you things that have already been proven? And feed it like a mama bird with a fish.
Come on, have a heart for us, folks. Have a heart for us folks that only came in a couple of years ago. I never saw any proof of any hot tub party, political or not. I hear Tacos has got them all, but she don't want to share unless it's on her terms, and she gets to LARP and fuck you over while she's doing it.
Right. To twist the narrative the way they need it twisted. Right. Extremist in a hot tub. Call the FBI.
Cox, we're all jealous of you and JD and Tacos. We're all jealous of F-Man and Rex. We're all jealous of them bitches. I'm sorry, I don't know why my voice goes in and out like that.
It's set up for anybody that's interested in doing the research on that certain case. That way, Philemon's sitting there waiting, and if you panel up or get wrenched, well, you're in the hot seat, right? But there's a reason why there's the sex offenders are there on purpose. That way, they're promoted by the pedo promote force. For people to go, oh, yeah, we're going to go check that out, right? You go in there and automatically you're given a wrench that's part of it. And then all of a sudden you're part of the team.
I'm all done going to places. Oh, Jesus. I'm all done going to the places that allow blatant bullshit 100 years old. I'm done with that bullshit.
Well, the thing is, the reason why it keeps on coming up is to project off of guys like this.
I know why, Cox. I'm no dummy. You don't need to explain why it keeps coming up. I get it now. Now, I'll tell you one thing for sure. One thing I did not understand, and I do now. It took me seeing that PDF a video the other day with Rex on it. Okay, now I get it. It's just part of the LARP, Trish. Rex is now LARPing the fuck out of it because it's paying off for him somehow.
Well, it goes deeper than that. If you go back to the beginning of this broadcast where I was mirroring Bird in 303.
I can't tolerate Bird.
Okay, well, you got to go past. Hold on. If you're seeking the truth, sometimes you got to go past the personality to the court case or the video evidence, right? Doesn't matter who provides. It doesn't matter who provides the video evidence, does it?
Cox, here's the thing. I'm fond of you again, okay? And it's no big deal because I don't like you that much, but I don't think the way you do, and I don't agree with your opinions on much.
Well, the thing is that like those big old men watching teenage girls. Yeah, I don't give a fuck what their excuse is. It's disgusting.
Yeah, that wasn't my LARP. That wasn't me carp fishing. That was somebody else. So you see how you're
sure it wasn't Cox. Sure, it wasn't Cox. But you gave me my opinion on it and why I should look a little bit less. I shouldn't look down on the poor girly lovers like Ghost and CKM or whatever it is, because they're special.
Well, no. You're missing the point. See, that's the way you need to see it.
You said it. You said maybe you shouldn't be so hard on them. You don't know all the facts. Okay, correct. I don't care. Can't blame all your mental disabilities on all your stupid behavior.
Right. Well, okay. The stupid behavior brought out hypocrisy. You ready for what the hypocrisy is?
Girls. Why do these men want to watch little girls and then brag to us? Don't they realize what stupid cunts they look like out here watching all them little teeny boppers?
Okay.
Isn't there anyone out there dancing that happens to be of age or near it?
I get it, but you're dwelling in a whole different, you're dwelling in the victimhood part of it.
You're funny, honey. I'm dwelling and you're the one going on all this time, but I'm the one dwelling on a simple fact I'm trying to make.
I get your fact, but when you're
Right, but I moved past
I don't
those
buy
facts.
your opinions. I'm not gonna
Okay, I
defend the
heard you.
same ones you
You
are,
don't want to
Cox.
hear what I got to say now, do you? You don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear it. You're
Yeah,
here,
I do, but would
you
you let
only
me
want
finish
to.
my
You
sentence?
only want to. You only want to nitpick of what helps your agenda. I get it.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. I'm just letting you know that you didn't have to defend CMN to me because
you don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear it. You got a narrative. Alias
I
has
did
an agenda.
listen. Are you fucking kidding? I did listen.
No, you didn't.
I'm
You
just
keep
telling
on
you I
cutting
don't
me
buy it
off.
and I don't care.
Okay, I heard you. Do you want to hear the hypocrisy part that was brought out with that? Because that's what I do.
Yes, Cox. Please, please. I want to hear it.
I'm a little more worried about a group of people. Okay, now CMN's situation with that is serious. Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right in your opinion. I agree with you. That's not me. I don't know why dudes are attracted to young women like that. That's not me. That's them. Okay. Now,
yes, I never said anything about you, hon. I wouldn't believe that you are. Okay, I'm just telling you. All I'm saying, please let me finish.
No,
please.
You let me finish now. You have already spoken about your opinion and made your point. You're going to hear my point now. Okay. He's being watched, and he went to a detective, CMN, right? Went to a detective. He was visited by a detective. But here's who I'm worried about. Is the guys that have to say that he's on a sexual registry, which I haven't seen. And then I'm worried about the group of individuals that try to say those young girls were 8 years old. When it was proven, let me finish. When it was proven at that time, I think they were like 14, 15, or 16 or something like that. At that time of that footage. But to try to point out, and I even thought, okay, I first saw that video. They look 18 to me. They're like right around 18, but that's some pretty young shit. Whatever you're doing there, CMN, that's him. Pointing out these young girls.
They didn't look 18 to me. They didn't look 18 to me, and neither did all them girls close. Jesus, can I ever speak again or no? I'll just dump down because
no, you're going over my point. See, you're moving the goalpost right over my points. My point is, I want to know who the motherfuckers are that put it out there that those girls were 8 and now trying to say that he's a registered sexual offender when I don't think he is. I haven't seen it. Or Trish, you can agree with me on this. If he was a sexual offender, that shit would have been doxxed everywhere, right?
Cox, all I was saying was,
no,
Cox,
see, you're not. I agreed with your point. I agreed with your point. So you can either say I disagree with that or I agree with that. That's how a debate goes. You want to have a debate? This is the way it goes.
The only reason I mentioned him was to tell you that I don't agree with your opinion on all these men. That's the only reason. I didn't want to talk about him. I just wanted you to know. No, I don't agree with all your assumptions, sir.
That's not my opinion. You just put words in my mouth.
With you a lot of times.
That's not. I'm not. That's great. I'm glad you don't. I'm glad people do not agree with me. That forces you to go do your own research. But when you want to just sit on the surface and run with the narrative instead of going, okay, there's some more aspects going on here. Why are people saying that these 14-year-old girls are 8 years old and trying to peddle that?
Can we get back to talking about Treach and the sugar cunt?
Right. Well, I spelled it out. Okay. Tacos goes live. Blasting Treach. They've been leading up to that point. They know people are gonna mirror, and to take channels down, she puts that stream on private, and they start striking the shit out of channels. I almost think that it was when I told you about the Air Spitfire video.
Whining coward victim. I feel so bad for her. Boo! Put your big panties on, honey, and walk outside in clothes instead.
Well, okay, here's Shizzle. That's your department. You call him out. Why do I have to call everyone out that's a fucking weirdo or sicko? You call him out. I'm looking into the motherfuckers that said that those girls were 8 years old, and he's an RSO.
Look at him. All he wants to do is bring that all back up. Shizzle, I agree with you. These boys, and listen, it doesn't have to be a great big discussion, but Cox wants to make it another one again instead of. I'm sorry I disrupted him. I should have told him. I just wanted him to know I don't agree with everything he says.
Right, but if you're here to get downloaded on information, why not hear the rest of the research? You wanted to bring up the situation and give your opinion based upon the surface of what you were fed. No, Shizzle, you still don't get it. What I'm saying is you keep the pressure on somebody like CMN because of what you saw, the way you saw it. The way I see it, I want the F-heads that are in the background trying to label people sexual offenders when they're not. And if you're trying to get me struck with music, Alias, it's not going to work. Yeah, see, that's the thing. No one should be putting their eggs in one basket and everyone investigate that one basket. There's still some eggs left out in the forest for you to go find. So you want to bring up CMN, but you don't want to go to the real sickhead motherfuckers out there like Mark Connors, the state actor. Rodent, the state actor. Rodent is there to take heat.
The only reason.
Hold on, Alias. Let me finish. Rodent is there to take heat off of the subject of Mark Connors. Do you get what I'm saying there, Alias?
The only reason I mentioned him was to let you know I didn't agree with your defense on him. I'm sorry. That's the only reason he got mentioned. I wish it could have been anybody else's name. I don't know Connors.
So you want to mention it, but you don't want to hear the rest of the research. Right? I'm trying to, that's why you're here to expand your research, right? Am I wrong there? Are you here to expand your research? Wow.
I wasn't this morning, no. I wasn't this morning. I just had a...
You just wanted to give your opinion. Right. So you want to give your one-way opinion, you do that on your panel. See, if people don't like your opinions, I actually agree with your opinion. I do agree with it. I don't know if the guy was carp fishing, LARPing, for real, serious, but more of the research, he was pissed that these same assholes, here's the research, here's the facts on that, since you want to bring it up. See, they got to try to bring that shit up, right? She couldn't answer me either about, being assigned to me. Let's put it that way. But the research is, he lost a channel by the same guys that are out there trying to say these girls were 8 years old. That's not the truth. Fellowmon found the truth. That's what I'm interested in. I don't care if Fellowmon's a prick. He tracked down the truth, and I gave him props for that. I'm interested in who's really the sickos in the background looking at those girls like they're 8 years old and spreading that. He was pissed because these same assholes that are going around saying he's an RSO are the same ones connected to the UPK servers that took down his first channel. That's what I'm interested in. And he got pissed, and he says he's going to LARP the fuck out of them to bring out more hypocrisy. He's pretty smart. I'll give him that. He can play a good keyboard. I'll give him that. His taste in young women, maybe. No, I don't agree with that. But he's got a chick his own age for a girlfriend. But here is the thing, okay? Here is the thing. To be able to bring up the situation and give it the light, right? Someone like that hopefully will go, holy shit, maybe I do have a problem and I'm going to go get some help. And that should be with, okay, your solutions in any shedding of light. Let's put it that way. Don't just be a prick and put people on blast. There's also solutions there that need to be going on, right? In a let's say in an archaic world, all right? Yeah, go hunt them down and either hang them or castrate them, right? Until when somebody starts putting their hands on children. That's my worldview. Fucking get them out of here. They don't need to be streaming like the rodent as an RSO. My opinion. But until that happens, right? Till that happens, all you can do is try to get people help. So instead of, dude, people like that, I agree. Put them on fucking blast if you find it. But there's always more there to the story before you start putting somebody on blast. That way, that doesn't help formulate half-ass surface opinions like we just experienced now with Alias. Having to try to bring it up to get that situation on this channel. See how it works? Looks sus as fuck to me, man. But hey, I'm not the one that started carp fishing or doing whatever after I lost my first main channel. I did something else. I went a different route. I give people the opportunity to hear me out on going, here's some helpers on your channel. Try to clean up your language a little bit so no one's got any excuses to freaking slap you down. Right? That's what I told CMN. He wants to do it his way. That's his way. I have no control over anybody. Oh yeah, there's more to the story. Yeah, I just see things differently than other people, but it's like the herd wants you to stick to the surface facts so they can control the narrative on calling people sickos and shit like that aren't. But doing a carp fish, if CMN was carp fishing, it was a good carp fish. He brought out a lot of hypocrisy. But at the same time, if that was a problem for him, I hope he goes and gets help. I don't know. And I've mentioned that a few times. So if you're not interested in that, take your narrative and your opinion over to your own channel. I try to afford people to have their opinion on my panels until it's time to retort. And if there's no retort, that's an agenda. That's not organic. It looks bad because of Twitter drop number 9, Twitter drop number 3, which we've been following for a really long time. It's all busting wide open. You guys can peddle it any way you want to, but that's just peddling it like Treach. Peddling that Mr. Cox is a child stalker because you are having a conversation with Ninny Nick. And your opinions all of a sudden become facts because you're framing it that way without showing any hard evidence of like a court case record or a criminal record. Until then, you look like a dumbass, Treach. Is that enough, Alias? Is that enough of a lowdown for you? More than welcome to come back on. Bring up other issues. I can trade pain about tacos and Treach all day long, but people don't want to hear my opinion that I think they're fucking play fighting. And they've been amping this up for a long time. They have to take channels down like there's a quota. I almost think it was tacos that struck the Eric Spitfire video that took down my channel. Well, help take it down, the first one. The main one. That was going, it had a little too much traction for their liking in their sandbox. But that's what it is. Get you to take your content down instead of having things published in a more professional manner, showing the records. Dude, when you really show the shit, that's when they're taking you down. They want them, two people talking, Ninny Nick and Treach, talking without showing proof, saying Mr. Cox is a child stalker. Are you freaking kidding me? You think that's going to fly? And then Mr. Jones promoting the one who went full gay channel? You think it's really going to work? Really? Really? But it has to be there. It's supposed to affect the rest of your life with their narrative and bullshit. Your social credit score. You're supposed to believe in it. You're supposed to believe that if you talk bad about any race or group, right, that your social credit score will go to shit. Isn't that crazy? All right, we might need to go to music for a minute. I had something that came up. Hold on. Let me go back over here, and I got to do our audio adjustments. It's the same or very good with the filter, but I just tried to shut off the echo cancellation. So we go to music for a minute. Something just came up, and just give me just like 5-10 minutes maybe at max. And Max, where's Max? I thought Max was gonna panel up. Where's he at? Come on, Max.
Wow. First time I enjoyed a record session. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to call upon our saxophonists.
Logbook entry of Kyle Brennan. My ship was abducted into an unknown region of space during a mission to find information about the location of planet Earth. I found the AP gunner when suddenly a group of unidentified ships appeared out of nowhere. My ship is almost entirely destroyed. These monsters are trying to break through the hull. It looks like they're trying to get to me. I'm recording this in hope that someone from TerraCorp can rescue the remains of my ship from this yet undiscovered part of space. It's almost funny that now for the second time in my life I'm lost in a distant part of the universe, not knowing where I ended up. I wish I had more time.
All right, what do we got going here? What is this? Here we go. Next song. What's going on? Oh yeah, best song I got.
By yourself to a rocket trail. Just push it on the whole thing. What's the best in the end? Then I don't care. Should be my choice. What? Should be my choice. Good. Should be my choice. What? Should be my choice. Put the cover on your back. Poetry don't want to dress up in your chair. Just a play. If you go. Gonna sign up for a psychic exam. Should be my choice. Quick, should be my choice. Good, should be my choice. Quick, should be my choice. You lost your mind. That's okay. I just like you. It's not something that just goes away. Top secret that got out too. Keep it to yourself cause I'm already gone. But I'm so much better to fight too. Gotta put you in a big old board. Should be my choice. Wait, should be my choice. Not should be my choice. Wait, should be my choice. 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 Wow.
Police won't talk
What's that?
about what force was used since the incident is under investigation, but they say at least 6 officers were involved.
Dang. Okay. Real quick, because I have to go to lunch. We're going to keep music rolling. So you don't get black screened while I'm gone or kicked out of the broadcast or anything, get hacked. But anyways, Shizzle just put something in the chat. Let's see. I want to post it. Where's it again? Anyways, Shizzle said that he's working on navigation. Survival and navigation. There it is. Okay. Post it. Shizzle. Here's I think with navigation, one of your most important Pieces. Hey, Kelly, what's up? Yeah, that song's horrible, huh, Kelly? The Fags, they suck. Right? That damn fag band. Okay, so Shizzle. One most important, I believe, in my opinion, okay, part of your navigation research skills, your skill set, to know how to gauge how much sunlight you have left. And I think that's one of your most important that ties into your navigation and your survival skills. You need to know how much daylight you have left without a clock. Prove it. What? The Fwizzle account, is that J-Man or Fellamon on the Fwizzle account? Because I mean, dude, you guys trigger so easy. I mean, dude, you are triggered to come in here with that sock. That is, dude, that's triggered with that sock. So we'll just do a quick lesson, right? If you want to jump up on panel, or well, I do have to go to lunch. I got to eat lunch, but real quick. Well, if you want to come back, talk about it, whatever. Or talk about it when I get back. Oh, is it Friday? It is Friday, isn't it? What? Dude, hold on, man. Is it really? Holy crap, it's Friday, March 24th. Guess what? We should have labeled this a Friday fish fry. All you can eat. Walleye with some corn muffins on the side. All you can eat. Free salad bar. Anybody comes in, free salad bar. Don't even have to order. All you can eat. Get in there. But we do suggest you do order the walleye all you can eat too. That's pretty good. That'll help alleviate some of the salad bar getting trashed. The free salad bar. You know what I'm saying? Free corn muffins, many as you can get. So anyone in the chat, just go hiking, camping, and show me how important it is to get campsite before night. How do you tell when it's time to turn around because you've only got so much time to get back before it gets dark? How do you tell? Without a clock, without any instrumentation. There's a way. You still use your, let's say, your hands to tell how much sunlight you have left. See what Alias says. If we could change the subject away from children even just a time, it would be better. And during 12 hours of this, is this working for you, Fwizzle? Well, I mean, the children's are so important. I mean, that, you know, every day PDF is going to have a 24/7 hour live stream filming children across the street. I mean, that's important. That's news right there. I mean, he's using a mentally ill, handicapped person that he's gaslit to say, oh, you're going to get monetized, right? You go along with it. We'll get you monetized. We'll get you money. And he's all of a sudden he's making 90 plus or something like that TikToks about a family in Chilliwack, right? So no one's really put in past the point of no return, Chad. That's absolutely right. How do you tell with your hands how much daylight you have left? Well, each fist above the horizon, each fist height is about an hour. So you go to the horizon and you look at the horizon, you put your fist out, hold your fist out in front of you, and you put your pinky, right, the bottom of your fist, at the top of the horizon, okay, whatever you got, flat, desert, mountains, in a canyon, okay, go to your tallest point of the horizon. It's going to block the sun and make it dark. One fist equals an hour. Two fists is about 2 hours. Three fists up, 3 hours. Four fists up, about 4 hours worth of daylight. Did anyone learn anything here at Mr. Cox's channels today? Anyone? Chad, right on. Thank you. You learned something. Love it. I can just look at the sun and get a good estimate. Yeah, you know, and I'm good enough too. I can do that shizzle, but it's still, I do it just in case, because there is sometimes, okay, you got to know your seasons. Is the sun going to drop faster during the winter. I think, you know what, Shizzle, I think I've told you that story before. I should just shut up, man. Woo, we're getting meltdown things happening over here, everybody. I'm telling you, things are melting down. I'm going to this channel where we just played the Fags. I want to see if he's got another song there by the Fags. We got that one song. Why does he only have one song of the Fags and not like 3 or 4? And that's the band, by the way. We're not being anti-Semitic or, anything stupid. Hey, what's this? Oh.
I needed a taxi bag.
Oh, it's in a venue. It's kind of loud.
Oh.
Venue recording. Screamo, let it rip. Screamo. You need the Screamo up in there. Probably can't even hear it. All right. Well, this is a different venue. Let's see if this sounds any better. Because these are videos of the Fags, the band, the Fags, that just from cell phone footage and venues. But I just found this channel and want to check it out of this band. And it might not sound good, but this is a different venue. Anyways, blah 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 ABC da. Well, you know what, fellow Mon? You know what I'd really like to do? I mean, you can go there and ask all the questions you want, right? I mean, I haven't really ducked from it. You guys duck from actually getting on panel and try to control the narrative. What I'm interested in is your Yaxley days, Mr. Fellowmon. Since you want to come in with some bullshit, right? Let's go back to that. Let's go back to the days where you've been white knighting for the main supporter of WDRN, right? Since you guys want me to say it, right? It's you guys, so you can promote it. You guys need that rodent promoted. Just making a point by saying that. What I'm interested in, since you want to go back, panel up, and let's go back to the days where Fellowmon was white knighting, totally doing damage control for the main supporter of what you see in the chat right now, that network. And also Mr. Shilkerson doing a suicide LARP. No. Okay, so see, just like Alias wants to overlook some of the facts there that Flathead Corruption Watch, buddies with Fellowmon, gave the most support to that sicko you guys like to promote. Why don't you panel up and let's go back there? You know what? You're right. You're absolutely right on that. And I keep on telling them, you guys, I'm not, I don't swing that way. I don't putt from the rough. Okay? I'll break out the chipping wedge, and that's a lot of fun to split some wood. Right? I want to talk. We showed the screenshot. I can show it again. I can bring up that screenshot of Flathead for you guys, no problem. Here, since it's an issue, let's go back to it. Let's do this. I can bring it up right now. And we'll let it sit there since it's so important. We'll let it sit there for you guys show you the main supporter of how Philemon was buddies with the main supporter, right? And also, we'll go here, okay? Also, good buddies and white knighting in the background with the cone, for the cone, and also that guy right there, spray tan farmer. Right? Is that also somebody you're in the background working with there, fellow mom? These are questions that I have for you since we want to go back. Way back. Right? I've put out what I did. Now let's put out what you guys did. Instead of always deflecting onto this sicko that's been weaponized by whatever nefarious agency, right? Let's go deeper on that. Huh, fellow Mon? Since you want to spread it all over, you want to come in here, but they're not going to panel up. Right? And they like to promote, you know what, this might be a good place to start. Let's see some one who went full gay screenshots proving to Shizzle how there is gay obsession. Plenty of vids prove it. No, there's what you do, okay, there's slap videos out there. What you do is you panel up and get ready with your screenshots like I always am. I'm always ready with screenshots. I know you guys don't like that, and then all of a sudden screenshots don't matter. But that's all it's in your stupid slap videos. So why not present, you want to play court, play fight court, stuff like that, right? But you don't want to panel up and let's just have fun, playing like screenshots or evidence. I mean, it could be libel in some cases, right? But yes, you're absolutely right. The gay obsession. Wait a minute. Gay obsession is talking about it in an obsession. That no, it's when it gets brought up by sock accounts, AJM, right? And I do think you've got some weird shit going on with you there, AJM. You shouldn't even be here. Let's look at a screenshot here by one who got away. I'm in his folder right now, right? Has vids to back up all his lies. Haha, ABC has no proof because he's all lies fact right down there at the bottom. He's all lies fact, but I'm the only one. I'm not making Brokeback Mountain videos like one who went full gay here, having to edit, right? Since you want to go there, right? Since you have to sock up to get muted, I didn't mute Alias. That's their go-to. This is on the script for them right there, what I posted. All right. So let's see here. So I'm the one that brings the facts and proof and stuff like that. Let's read this other one by one who went full gay. Another lie. No one can upload horse porn in YouTube land. It would be flagged in a heartbeat. Well, no one did. I don't see who said horsey porn when it was BDSM. It was a BDSM video. He's talking about. Where's my pointer at? There it is. Right here. Okay. It was flagged in a heartbeat. C3 uploaded ladies dancing while dressed up like horses, but they were not naked and not sexual. Facts. Why no one uploaded? Yeah, I don't know who said that. It was actual horsey porn. I don't know who peddled that. Let's go to the next one. This is who Mr. Jones likes to promote his slap videos. Okay. Hey, what's up, MMA? Let's see here. What's he saying? He calls me and others homes when he shows his pinky to men on YouTube. I wonder if, oh, I can. Yeah, look at that. Oh, let's redo that one. I gotta go eat. Okay. Here, let's do a little adjustment there. Right there. His pinky to men on YouTube. That's some gay obsession right there. I haven't called anybody's homes. He calls me and others homes when he shows his pinky to men on YouTube. That's one who went full gay that likes to produce Brokeback Mountain footage and sit there all day and edit it. Now, I'm sure it's tacos, but because the only reason why I say this is because also Tacos has accused me of trying to call the sheriffs on her, or maybe try to call her home, or there's been that's pretty good. That's why I think one who went full gay, maybe Tacos, because I just don't see like a perceived straight guy, and I never even really thought that one who went full gay might be Treach, but he does kind of do. Treach does have that dumbed down production value to his stupid Felomon style slap videos. Okay, Treach does have that dumbed down, like the King Master or whatever software to put out, to be able to do some editing. But you got a watermark because you're an amateur wannabe muffin, right? You guys getting where I'm going with that? Yeah, and when so here's the thing with a really good debate, okay, is that you make your point. Alias made her point. This is what she thinks. You should give the opportunity, instead of move the goalpost all of a sudden, right? Move the goalpost. Instead of moving the goalpost, you give the opportunity for the retort. That's respectful. Now, going on loop about the same thing so the other person can't retort, and you're sitting there on loop, okay? You need a jackhammer, okay? Here, hold on. Right? Okay, here, we're going to lock and load for you guys. Ready? You need the jackhammer to the pickled pineal gland. Here, that'll help. Get some clarity, some congeniality, okay? There's always more there to dig into besides run with the herd on the surface narratives. Are we on the same page yet? There's always more there. Oh, here we go. Oh, man. That was me. Woo! I gotta go eat, man. Hopefully that wasn't too loud and we don't blow anybody's speakers. But isn't that a good screenshot right there? Shizzle brings up there's a lot of like gay projection going on here with these guys, and I absolutely agree, man, because I was like all of a sudden, just because I'm doing the news in the hot tub, making something different, trying to have fun with it, do a couple of different characters that no one's ever done before in a hot tub. All of a sudden, there's a video that surfaced, and you might not have heard about this. Mixed Media Art knows about it, but there's a video that surfaces that spread around that people talk about. It's just been watched in the background of Mr. Cox getting plugged in the hiney with a BBC in the hot tub. Now, right? Those are the same people that go around, and when they see young girls, doesn't matter who's, watching or their opinion, but when they see young girls that are 14, 15 years old, they see 8-year-olds. That's the problem. Is that not the antithesis, right? Or isn't that the crux of maybe the problem where sickos want to see young girls? So to project out, right? So while let's say Shizzle's looking into one thing because he's interested in like let's just say civics or natural anthropology, right? Or whatever his goal is, right? He wants to, you look into it and you put on blast the way you see it. I'm here to go, okay, that's a serious situation. Let's look deeper into it. Is there a problem doing that? Let's see if I'm set up back here for oh man. I think we're going to keep this screenshot on blast for a little while. What do you guys think? Should we do that? Let's keep this screenshot right there. Is that truth? Because I don't call people's homes unless I get permission or something cool. I don't know who went full gay is unless that's Tacos and she's trying to accuse people the same damn thing, right? Because they're apparently buddies, right? But she accuses people of the same thing. Calling people's homes, calling the sheriff when they don't. And then wants to say that Mr. Cox showed his pinky on YouTube when all I did is turn on the hot tub jets and went, you guys want to expose me? Here, I'll just expose myself real quick. Turn on the jets. You couldn't really see anything, right? The water was too turbulent. There's a reason why I pushed my First Amendment right of freedom of expression to go, oh, you guys are going to expose me? Oh, okay, well, I'll just expose myself. There you go. Right now, a real sicko would have been like, yeah, there you go. There's a full fucking Monty. Deal with it. I just porn bombed you. I'm not like that. I'm not the porn bomber, right? That's not my department to oil slick someone to get them taken out when they're a sicko. You see what I'm saying? That's why I see the way I see some of the oil slicking is if there's a sicko that's on a registry and the only way to shut them down is to do the oil slick. It's an immediate, right? I advocate fully. I do. I'm not saying I'm going to do it, right? But I advocate for that getting sickos off the air when the pedo promote force and defense force, right, wants them there and giving them oxygen and wants that word said and wants, people to say their channel names and so forth, right? But the thing is, and I was talking, who was I talking about this the other day? We were talking about giving oxygen because the pedo promote force gives them oxygen. Okay? Right? They're not, the sex offenders are there. It gives them oxygen when people talk about them. But here's the thing. Okay? This is what we kind of consensus came up with in the think tank. All right? Once there's a case finalized, that's where, and they're off the internet. Okay, they get booted off the internet, right? Like we're probably going to see in Fort Collins, Colorado. Once that happens, that's when you put them on blast. Because putting them on blast right now only brings them traffic. Do you agree or disagree? Like, okay, so Mark Connors. No one really cares that Mark Connors is still streaming, still working with, not Hollywood, but the country music industry, right? Where there's people that go to rodeos and country fairs and don't even know that this cowboy singing country music is a serious sicko. You see what I'm saying? That's real time. That's going on now. So how do you put that guy on blast now so people go, holy shit, man, I don't want to go see him if he's an RSO? Well, he's not. He should be, in my opinion. He should be. And for some reason, that's why I feel that this Mr. Connor situation really a lot of precedent. You want to know, maybe the first one to be put through in the program to try to weaponize and use against people. And you want to know why I say that? Well, we're going to go there right now. We'll go back. I mean, I don't mind rewinding a little bit. We like to be on loop here. Right? Let's see here. See, I mean, why am I the only one that's, getting these things put together and showing you guys? Right? Here, let's see if we can. There you go. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for right there. And what I also find interesting, and oh man, let's see. Well, the LARPers of YouTube is Eric Shilkerson. Okay, man, let's see if I can do this here. That might work right there. Look at that. That's Eric Shilkerson doing a stream where Silentium's in there before she got a wrench. He or she, whatever, no one knows, right? Won't panel up. It's the Subversive Soc running around talking shit. Just like, kind of like Mr. Jones. Right? Interesting how you've got Silentium and Flathead Corruption Watch. Seems as though a deflection agent, the Silentium account, I've been saying FedSoc the last few days, okay? FedSoc. You've got the main supporter of so-called guy you want to spam in my chat all the time, right? You gotta give him oxygen. You see, these are my questions, right? Why is Flathead Corruption Watch presents exposed sending code to Eric Shilkerson while he's live? Right? So you've got this guy. Now, what takes precedent? Okay? This guy that's got immediate access to children as a ski instructor and was also in the vicinity online working for Pete Santilli during the time of Lavoy Finicum getting shot and killed, okay? Giving information over to the GOV, so forth, too. And also Mark Connor's up into that. That takes some serious precedence to me. I mean, that's pretty important to me, right? So you've got that action with Connors, and then you've got action with Flathead, main supporter of the rodent. Everyone deflecting away from that story and actually supposed to be right now in Belize, not giving a shit about any of this, but shows into Mr. 303's chat, shows up there. You can go back to the beginning of the stream. We showed that. Isn't that interesting? I'm going to cut the camera, and I think we have one more to go through that I wanted to present in this. We had... Oh, this is a good one. I think we should stick with that one right there for a little while. This is Dank Williams' drive stream, and we've got, which is interesting, John Lemon and the Sour Tones in Dank Williams' drive stream here. He's wrenched up. Fellowmon's wrenched up in there. Right? Lisa Lake has since, right here, Lisa Lake has since bailed. But we've got Flathead Corruption Watch. Hit them up so they can have a LARP show, a state actor LARP show. He can host it, be a guest. Don't matter to me. I have the scrapyards. Let's all promote the scrapyards. See more of the pedo promote force right there. doing the promoting. That's what they're there to do. Alcoholic Page B, my opinion, Page B, they're to promote Jägermeister and get trashed in her kitchen. Same thing at the same time, Jägermeister was promoted heavily on the screw tube. Matrix Q, Mr. Zombies, and Page B at the same time promoting Jägermeister on their streams. All kind of connected. That's where I want to go. Connecting between these truthers with the 1A and the A1. See, the A1 was created from the drama of these shit shows as a way like Edward S. likes to do. I don't know what this guy's trying to say. You're kind of doing some gibberish there just to be subversive instead of paneling up there, Soc. So anyways, I think what we'll do is sit there right there. I mean, that's a Dank Williams drive stream where he needs somebody to panel up with him and blast Mr. Cox. Right? Yeah, he's cruising around. He's cruising around. He knows how to find me. But will not panel up, even though he wants to see, once again, when Treach and Ninny Nick get together and say Cox is a child stalker and talk about that and not showing any proof or evidence to support their claims, but you are supposed to believe the way they say it and what they're saying. Amazing. But the thing is, they only hired B, C, and D type actors and actresses to try to pull off this grand LARP and to try to stigmatize any momentum, forward momentum or movement, right? Interesting. John Lemon and the Sour Tones also in there wrenched. Besties with Thomas Schoenberger. Just reporting the news. I'm just here reporting the news. A flagger? Oh. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to children, I mean, Flathead Corruption Watch was having his toddler listen to him go on loop about the sickest of the sickest shit, man. And I mean, I advocated, you want to go off on, on a sicko that scammed you and you say that he scammed you, right? Go off, dude. Sue the shit out of him. But don't do back-to-back streams for hours on hours where you have a toddler in the background ingesting the sickest of the sickest shit. Have some MFing respect for your own, unless you're trying to eat your own. Because that's what they did with Gregory Burleson. They ate their own. Gregory Burleson got 70 years. He was the informant. Look what they're probably going to do. Watch Denver. We've been going over what happened with the guy in the hearse in Denver. He'll probably, once somebody big gets arrested, they'll probably be putting him with the same charges to set precedents first. That's what they do. That's what they did to Gregory Burleson. There was almost like, let's say, 10 to 12 guys, few different tiers, defendants, Bundy trials, Las Vegas, many guys up against 70 to 90 years of conspiracy, 4 different tiers. They put the informant at the first tier, give him 70 years to set precedents to try to get everybody else. They say almost $2 million on that case, the prosecution, or something like that. Might even been 4. That's a waste. Right? Dude, it's some crazy shit. But they use the informant to what? Set the precedent. They convict the informant, give him the most time, Because, I mean, why? Why was he there in the first place? Well, you got other charges that they're letting him out on to, hey, help us out. It's been proven. Well, see, some of my decisiveness is because the herd, the sheep that follow these surface agendas and then are just cannon fodder to do the damage. It's breaking the fabric of society, and it's Stasi type activity again. But just on freaking turbo and testosterone, double testosterone mode. I mean, we're going from like kerosene that's really mellow to freaking jet fuel. Anyways, catch this track. Okay, here we go. That is loud and abusive. Man, that's, like I said, that was recorded. That's the fags. That was recorded by a cell phone in a venue. They only got like a couple of like good quality videos. I wish they would have made more, and they didn't. But hey, I like playing them because they're cool. Here we go. Got to get back to a playlist. Got to go have lunch. Thanks for joining in, checking this out, sharing our opinions without trying to cut each other. So I'm just trying to do. Let's just share our opinions without having to either snap necks, throat punch, or cut each other. How about that? Anybody try that? Anyone? 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 Come on. I'm reading through the chat. Connors, his things have finalized. What he's done is pretty much set. There's no open court cases, right? But the thing is when there's deflection away, that's why I bring Mr. Connors up, okay, is because there's deflection away, and he was, let's say, the first weaponized prototype. They based upon what they were doing with him to weaponize, okay, on other hybrids, or what did we say, highly weaponized sicko, right? Okay, so There's been other highly weaponized sickos that have been put in LARP world. So when there's not enough attention on somebody that's still active, right? The way you say it as far as, hey, we're putting this guy on blast, there's a difference. We're trying to put Mr. Connors on blast for his participation with certain people that are still in play that haven't been put on blast with that association, right? As much as you guys want to associate me with people that I'm not associated with, or did a show with, or LARPed to go in as the cannonball and just go right through it, plow right through it. Here, just go check that out. Plow right through it. See, there's a big difference. We haven't even gotten to the Fellowmon yet. Here. Oh, gotta go back. We'll show some Fellowmon screenshots since we're having fun there. He wants to come in. He's done. Fellowmon, are you finally done running your sock accounts around and maybe want to panel up? Right? Because I'm interested in some of these screenshots that I've been waiting to go through for a really long time. Oh, there you go. This is a good one to start on with Fellowmon. Oh, this is good. He is wrenched. This is so interesting how Fellowmon gets wrenched, even his socks, with subversives, in my opinion. You see him with some of these subversives, like Flathead. We'll see. I'll show you. Right? Oh, man, what are we doing here? See? There you go. I think that's what we're going to do is just leave this one here for a little while. And hopefully you can see it all right. So he's with zombies, and again, with the wrench in zombie sense, and the only reason why I make the wrenches important is because they make them important. It's so important who panels up and who has a wrench and doesn't, and so forth and so on. And I find it really interesting, find it very interesting, where Fellowmon has been wrenched. Oh, this is a great track. Fellowmon, really, seriously, did you used to be a woman? Just wondering. Okay, you don't have to answer, just maybe something to think about.
Used to be a man. Now I don't know what you are. Do you understand how hard it is to stand and watch you fall hard? You used to be a man. Now I don't know what you are. Do you understand how hard it is to stand and watch you fall hard? Oh, you used to be a man. Now I don't know what you are. Do you understand how hard it is to stand and watch you fall hard? You used to be a man. Now I don't know what you are. Do you understand how hard it is to stand and watch you fall hard? You used to be a man. Now I don't know what you are. Do you understand how hard it is to stand and watch you fall hard?
Shizzle definitely learned kind of the hard way, and when zombies self-porn bombed, Right? Yeah, that was, dude. Shizzle Bales is like, I'm the fuck out of here, man. Dang, huh? Dang.
Got to 24-hour loving. Pick him so much better than the gods of 10. Fallen idols keep on coming. This faith is an affliction that just don't make sense. Now I've seen signs of a heart beating. Now I've seen signs of it. I want you to change your mind. About nothing. You used to be a man. Now I don't know what you are. Do you understand how hard it is to stand in what you fall hard?
I'm the one that got away. The one you don't fuck with.
She never lost faith in you. Yes, I owe you an apology. You are a good man after all. I didn't think you'd come back. She never lost faith in you. Yes, I owe you an apology. You are a good man after all. She never lost faith in you. Yes, I owe you an apology. You are a good man after all. Yes, I owe you an apology. You are a good man after all.
Beat, when we're picking them up, ski, then I'm kicking them dust. Beat, when we're picking them up, ski, then I'm kicking them dust.
Try hard. Lose some more desire. Flee to someone. Can you see the sky? Badly café. Did you breathe?
Dang filter. I mean, come on, man. The filter is like as annoying as Phelamon in a sock. Hopefully this next one comes through a little bit better. Shizzle, did you catch that? That they like to all of a sudden like come out of the woodwork in the chat when I'm eating or sleep. All of a sudden I get hacked. Still don't even know what happened to the stream last night. I still haven't been able to go back through and see what happened to that stream last night. Let's see. Let's see. King. And Gandalf. This is some really interesting correlation here we should probably show right here with Felomon and Gandalf wrench. See, since the wrenches are so important, everybody, right? Gandalf. Gandhi. Huh? Gandhi. Right? Saying they're going to infiltrate people and pockets and get their information and, right? Like hunt the Jew. I think that's actually what they're doing is hunt the Jew. Right? And that's not types of games I'm into. Just to let you know. Okay? That's not what I'm into. You guys want to play Hunt the Jew on the internet and then send subversives like, Mike True 2020 that actually, likes to beat up Jewish women in real in New York. Like, I just don't advocate for that at all. I mean, there's spiritual ways to go about, getting bad people, right? And I'm not saying that's the Jew. These guys are the ones that like to hunt the Jew with Mike True 2020, Gandalf, and Felomon. Name the Jew with yaks, too. Name the Jew. Right? They'll say, oh, Cox is the Jew. Cox. No, dude. Dude. Oh, here you go. I like this. Here is a great example of Felomon with libel. But it goes beyond just libel. It goes to anyone? Well, you could go as far as international terrorism, being affiliated with poor dirt farmer and him weaponizing a mentally ill man. Because that's kind of what I think Felomon did with Mikey True 2020, weaponized another mentally ill little puke bag. So with that being said, I think we'll leave that one right there. You guys can read that. Felomon making a slap video on Mr. Cox, his description of libel. That Mr. Cox works with this guy and that guy works with that guy and girlfriend and Sugar Shine and well, yeah, that's right. Mossad was in there, yes. You don't know. Oh, wait a minute. Aaron has partnered. Let's get that one in there. Partnered. Wait a minute. Is that not going to work? Dang it. Oh, and who doxed OJM? I didn't dox OJM. I didn't do the initial dox. You could say that I published the information that was already out there. Public information, see? Yeah, instead of he was right there with Mark Connors and Flathead Corruption Watch, two main supporters of sickos, but yet he needs to obsess over Mr. Cox. 20 years of tub trolling wasted. No, there's just bigger points that come across. It's not like trolling every day with the same narrative in the chat. It's a long-term game. You gotta be ready when the shit hits the fan and be ready to record or go live. See? This is the truth and nothing but the truth. Isn't that great? No, wait. Hold on. No, see, this is how these guys get it wrong. There you go. That's how you get it wrong. As I said, international terrorism, Felomon. See, he doesn't like that. And I'm not a DHS agent. I've said many times I do not have any contracts or work with anyone. I'm here of my own free will. I'm not being held captive. And Mr. Jones, you're a little puke bag too. You're more sus than anyone out here because of the way you trigger like Eric Spitfire in here 24/7.
Tell him I ain't here. You don't want no woman. People say, well, hair ain't no longer mine. I don't want no woman. People say, well, hair ain't no longer mine. You ain't know she ain't good for number trouble. That keep you buying rats all the time. I took my wife to the hairdresser, and this is what the woman said. I realize I can't dress the woman's hair. God knows I grease her hair, and I told her no. If her hair ain't no longer mine. You know she ain't no good for number trouble. That keep you buying rats all the time. I took my girlfriend out one night. Said, baby, let's have some fun. Throw mama around her neck and a rat fell out of her head like one bummer. Burning down barn, you know I don't. If I ain't no lullaby. Ain't no, she ain't no good for number trouble. That keep you buying rats all the time.
Colleen, pup, 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 Colleen, pup, Colleen, pup, 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 Colleen, pup, Colleen, Colleen, pup, 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 Colleen, Colleen, pup, 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 Colleen, Colleen, pup. Colleen Perp, Colleen Perp, Colleen Perp, Perp, Colleen Perp, Colleen Perp, Perp, Perp.
Bailo de noche, sueño de día, que mi vida hoy ya no es mía. Hoy ya no es mía. Hoy ya no es mía. Ya no es y antes que el agua voy a estar día. Coge mi mano, viola herida.
Well, don't want get that woman. Yeah, don't want get that woman. Please don't say, please don't say. Well. Thank y'all.
Just real quick, I think when we get back, what is highlighted on the screen there, well, we should address that. These staged shootings and orchestrated wars, very sad. Most of the Truth Movement, Mr. Fellowmon, and Gandalf's Truth Movement, right? I had to leave you two because we can't question the staged shooting and orchestrated wars. Very sad. Well, when I come back, guess what? And oh yeah, by the way, I can't check Telegram right now, so it's going to be a little while. But guess, oh yeah, Mr. Jones in there too. Interesting, right? And who's that? Oh, with Eric Spitfire. Oh wow, Mr. Jones. Look at that, Eric Spitfire. You can see that right there. And Mr. Jones is in there. But what we're going to do when we come back, all right, about 15, 20 minutes, what I'm going to do is go over, since he wants to go over staged shootings and orchestrated wars, okay? We're going to go over the Las Vegas shooting and the possibility of Eric Spitfire, right? Eric Spitfire right here. Right there, right up there, okay? You know what I'm saying? This shooting with Eric Spitfire being involved with a shooting with Lavoy Finicum, let's say 3rd degree separation, 2nd degree separation, okay? You can even go first degree separation of that event. The same with what's interesting, Eric Spitfire, the guy that's got Fellowmon there. Well, Mr. Jones wrenched. He did have, well, I've got another screenshot of Fellowmon wrenched with Eric Spitfire. We'll get to that. It's there, right? But it's interesting. So Eric Spitfire has been involved around 2 incidents, either 2nd or 3rd degree separation. And the first one obviously was, Lavoy Finicum, okay? And the second one, can anybody take a guess? Anyone? The Las Vegas Harvest Festival shooting, okay? Since Fellowmon can't talk about, I'm talking about it right now. Right? I'm talking about it right now. These orchestrated events, like the Las Vegas Harvest shooting, where Mr. Connors, once again, Mr. Connors, since you guys like to, bring up your awareness, right? Mr. Connors, the guy that Eric Spitfire did a suicide LARP for, that Fellowmon hangs out with and Mr. Jones is wrenched with, okay, right? We're going to talk about Mark Connors, the guy Eric Spitfire did the suicide LARP for, being possibly, here's the subject matter, the debate, Mark Connors possibly being at the Las Vegas Harvest Festival shooting. Now, why would I say that? I think maybe even Mr. Connors was the guy that played the gunshot sounds through the speakers. Why would I say that? Well, number one, he's already been involved with the murder of Lavoy Finicum, okay? And number two, we have the footage of him saying that he works with Jason Aldean that was playing at the Harvest Festival, where Mark Connors was working with Jason Aldean at that time. Whether or not he was in Vegas, no one can really prove unless you're an IRS agent and pull up his financials and if he flew around that time. Okay, so we're going to talk about that aspect of, right? Anyone? Of a state actor that's connected with some of these people around here that are trying to call me a shill and wrenched with Eric Spitfire. Isn't that amazing? Can you guys see that? Can you not see that right there? Eric Spitfire, right? You can see that. There's his buddy, the Reckoning, the Peeping Tom. Okay, I mean, really, why are these guys that have these weird charges or convictions around these guys? Felomon and Mr. Jones. Huh. What's up? We'll get back to that. Thanks for tuning in. I'm going to lunch. Peace out.
Take a closer look.
That the Lord rain down, skyscraper raise through the clouds. You're gonna pay for the hell that you love. That clock won't never come. That the Lord rain down, skyscraper raise through the clouds. You're gonna pay for the hell that you love. That clock won't never come.
Is Philemon's intent to start an international incident? Because they're certainly working with people internationally with a different spin on things. Definitely a spin. But to create either hysteria, confusion, disinformation, so that people get hurt. The non-organic feel to this seems more so that whoever they label as the dissident, going back to Stasi shit, Stasi Germany shit, that they are the ones that label somebody the dissident to have them targeted or have a somebody assigned to you. Like myself, what's truth? He's got people assigned to him. It's no bullshit. I'm around for a few minutes, Caluminados. If you're around, dude, want to panel up the link should be pinned. Let's 1 second. Let's go through some more screenshots here. I'm looking at some stuff here. Teaming up with the enemy. See, now Philemon doesn't need to be here. See, now Philemon doesn't need to be here. We're showing screenshots of his bullshit, so maybe he can go spend time with his family. But I mean, I can go there. I mean, it seems like he's lost his parental rights along with Nicola. That's why him, Mr. Jones, Philemon, Mr. Jones, Nicola, they like to troll so much. Which I'm wondering if Mr. Jones actually might be Nicola. They're always working together. Philemon, Nicola. Well, Philemon, Mr. Jones with Mr. Rick Crude, helping Rick Crude out. But yeah, screenshot. Yep. GGW. Great track. Wish it sounded better for you guys on the other side.
BFF, and you're such a good friend. But I knew it couldn't last till summer's end. You signed my yearbook, and that was pretty rad. But now I'm getting sick of you, and it's just too bad. I heard you.
Give me a copyright strike.
I'd like to be under the sea in an octopus's garden in the shade. He let us in, knows where we've been in an octopus's garden in the shade. I'd ask my friends to come and see an octopus's garden with me. I'd like to be under the sea in an octopus's garden in the shade. In an octopus's garden in the shade. Hot tamales in a red hot. Yes, you got them for sale. Hot tamales in a red hot. Yes, you got them for sale. I got a donkey says she's long and tall. Well, she sleeps in the kitchen, eat feeds in the hall, yeah. Hot tamales in a red hot. Yes, you got them for sale. I mean now. Yes, you got them for sale. Hot tamales in a red hot. Yes, you got them for sale. Hot tamales in a red hot. Yes, you got them for sale. She got 2 for a nickel, got 4 for a dime. Well, would sell you more, but it ain't none of mine, yeah. Hot tamales in a red hot. Yes, you got them for sale. I mean now. Yes, you got them for sale. Ha!
All right, one more. One.
Nibbling on sponge cake. Watching the sun
Oh.
He's covered in oil. She's a beauty, Mexican beauty. But how she got hair, I haven't a clue. Searching for my lost secret song. Something to blame, a crazy donkey to blame.
Oh.
But I know it ain't nobody's fault.
Oh.
Well, summertime, your girl needs something to keep you cool. Well, summertime, your girl needs something to keep you cool. Better look out now, cause I got something for you. Tell you what it is, I'm your ice cream man. Stop me when I'm passing by. Oh my, I'm your ice cream man. Stop me when I'm passing by. See now, all my flavors are guaranteed to satisfy. Hold on a second, Hazel. I got good lemonade and Dixie cups. All flavors in push up to you. I'm your ice cream man. Stop me when I'm passing by. See now, all my flavors are guaranteed to. All my flavors are guaranteed to. All my flavors are guaranteed to satisfy.
Wilma, where are you wrenched at in there? Wait a minute, am I not back far enough? Chad's in there.
The things them why I talk is why I experience. I don't believe, because when you believe, you doubt, you don't serve. Well, I realize where I serve. I would put up a one for myself, see what happens. Because I know this creation is not a coincidence. It's not a big bang. When you check out how everything is set up in its own unique way, and its own order, and how each thing set up in a different mathematical order, you know it must be a mighty designer. I wisdom not can understand. The things and why I talk is why I experience. I don't believe, because when you believe, you doubt, you don't serve. Well, I realize where I serve. I look for that to go and check it out for myself, see what happens. Because I know this creation is not a coincidence. It's not a big bang. When you check out how everything is set up in its own unique way, and its own order, and how each thing is set up in its different mathematical order, you know it must be a mighty designer. I wisdom not can understand.
Oh, this is good. Fellowmon thinks Natalie owns people. So what I find interesting in this situation here is that when Fellowmon goes around and he says Cox is destroyed, he's getting owned on that panel. And somebody else says, no, it's the other way around, dude. You can see there, Natalie is owned. Tiffany, this is great. And somebody else in the chat, don't know who Jonathan A. Tiffany is owned. This. Wow, huh? Isn't that, dude, this is a good track. Isn't that amazing? Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Great driving music, huh? Doing the speed limit to this? Oh, man, yeah. Seems like some Yaxley projection right there, like Fellowmon was getting some grooming tactics, like almost like Yaxley groomed Fellowmon. The comment at the bottom there. See if I can do some creative tuning here. Down to the bottom there. Creep working with the internet shill. Working with, huh? Oh, but when I do it back to you guys, like we did the other night with Kim, you give it back to them. Oh, they don't like that. Oh, give them the taste of their own medicine. Oh, man. Watch out. A Sharpay. It is kind of like, a grooming clinic that they go to. They groom each other and bark a lot to be put on his nails trimmed. Oh my gosh. Good track here too, man. It's actually a pretty good track. We're going to listen to this whole thing. I'll be back in a minute.
this one out. Truth Cup shilled for the January 6th event as legit. Now he's changing his tune. He's known to do that with and how he's promoting that channel. That's marked out. Well, that's interesting because I was the first one to go, wait a minute. Right when it happened, where's the FBI? Where's the FBI? They responded, right? They responded to the event. I'm like, why? Wait a minute. The FBI responded to the event. They weren't there? No, come on. I mean, all those extremists on their watch list weren't there, right? The FBI wasn't there to keep an eye on their little pets too. Isn't that interesting? As legit. I never said it was legit. The hell? Wait, why would Philemon come up with something like that as J6 event as legit? I mean, what kind of weird, like, I mean, these guys are so frazzled out on their receptors. Like burnt crispy, it's like a race. And that's all they can do is run, cry.
For reasons of national
no paneling up. Uh-oh, here we go.
The 14th of October, the Kennedy administration put into effect this black to try to get rid of Castro. And they told the military people to prepare for the invasion of Cuba.
To halt and eliminate this clandestine, reckless, and provocative threat to world peace.
Oh, this one's good right here. You're gonna like this one. Since Mr. Jones likes his screenshot show, he always requests it. He likes the screenshot shows. That's why they can't get enough. Okay. Here's Miss Glittery Stalkers. Okay.
If though we have weapons, we are without the will to use them.
Miss Glittery Stalkers was taken up under the wing. Taken up under the wing of Philemon and OJM. Oh, they're going to come for you now, Cox. You're done. She found, they go, oh yeah, with Miss Glittery Stalker's testimony against Mr. Cox with no facts or evidence or proof. Right? Oh, he's done. This was, I mean, dude, I can tell you when this one was. Here, hold on. April 21st, 2022. That screenshot was taken. Oh, here's one. Check that out. Nicola F. wrenched up with Eric Spitfire. Since they like to talk about the wrenches and shit. Here, hold on. Philemon's in there too. Let's see if we can get this creative thing here. Gorilla adjusting. There you go. Yeah, Eric Spitfire, Nicola F, and Philemon. And talking shit on UD. UD flip-flops a lot. He can't even spell a lot right. On people, I notice. He needs to stop LARPing to appease certain people and be consistent. Well, I'll give UD one thing. He is pretty consistent. Like, as far as his production, his speaking, pretty consistent. I mean, if you want to just go there, that's all I'm going to really give UD. I do appreciate he let me on his stream the other day. That was cool. Is anything starting to click off for anybody a little bit? I mean, are we just, like going on loop like they are? Should we stay on this loop? Make sure that, there's some newbies around that have, already been weaponized and hijacked and they're figuring it out. Kind of like what happened to Glastro. Figures it out. All of a sudden, his business is under threat. Family being doxxed, bullshit written about you on the internet. And right around the same time, he has a heart attack. Pouring a little bit on the floor right now for my homie right there. Homie just got a little bit of beer on the floor. But that's okay. Oh yeah, Truth Hurts, I don't know if you knew, but Glastro is passed. He's passed on. Well, I will say this about Glastro. Oh, Darlene, you didn't know about Glastro. He was a glass blower in Alaska, where like a lot of people get caught up into like the Q bullshit and other things where, especially like, fighting the NWO, like what we got on the screenshot here, hunting the Jew, right? Well, Glastro got caught up into it with the Q stuff and met up with Mr. Lee Pleatherman and that whole group, and they needed his platform to peddle their bullshit, so they didn't have to go live all the time to spew the narrative that from the script writers. Okay, it's all true. And I try to talk everything that I talk about. There is truth within the nuance of the code and the comedy. And anyways, shutting up. I should just shut up and play freaking music. But, well, see, the thing is, you get pulled in, and then they figured because he was an artist that they could use his platform to propagate their bullshit. And what we did is we let them propagate it in his platform, and he got sick of it. And when he started digging, interesting timing of when I was sent a link to go check out Glastro. I mean, he'd been around, and I'm watching it go down in real time as they utilize the platform, and he's blowing glass with a camera on him blowing glass. And it's just, all you could see was a Quino plastic soldier spewage in his chat. They were using his platform to propagate their bullshit narrative and stories. It's like Philemon does. Right? So, when he starts to see through it, well, that's when more people were watching. then just like with UD, then engaged, not just go in there, fellow miner. You don't even know where you're going in when you're going to be main supporter for Eric Shilkerson and the main supporter of the rodent. We went right in thinking he's in. That's how we've directed these guys, is right in. There you go. There you go. Go at him, right? But when all of a sudden Fellowmon realizes he's in the middle of something, he all of a sudden, what did you do there? Fellowmon, that's a great, since you want to hang around, we know you're listening, recording, y'all are recording, whatever. But I mean, do you still like flatheads around now? Do you still, feel the same way as Flathead, the main supporter of the rodent that shows up in Eric Shilkerson's chat, right? With the code, hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil, right? Means it's that shill code. If you didn't know that, hey, I got your back. Well, no, it's not jealous, dude. I mean, there is a good part of that pumps. The jealousy is, well, their hatred, but whatever. Here we go. We've got a Eric Spitfire panel. OGM's not wrenched, but he's in there. Hey, buddy. What's happening, dude? I've been assigned to you, man. We got to work together now. That's what I see. It doesn't matter what he's really typing in there. Should be a good show where they're going over Ghosts and Cats again. Ghost and Cats. Kim, Ghost and Cats. Kim, Ghost and Cats. You can't see that right there. That's the. I mean, as much as Kim disdain for me, she has disdain for me. I mean, it's mutual, right? But there's still legal, lawful, and experimental, and presenting the proof and evidence. Okay. This does not constitute Mr. Cox working with anyone. Oh, shit. Here we go. Right. Everybody's like, slow down, Cox. Trying to get it in focus. Hold on. Maybe I can do this. Pow. Look at that. Double conundrum there. You guys are kind of in there with Kim and Ghost and Cats and somebody else. Who's that? See, it's all blurry. Now, if I turn the phone sideways. Anyways, check this out, okay? So, Eric Shilkerson, panel, right? He's blasting these ladies. It's always ladies. Like, I try to pick at him enough that he just, maybe he'd come after a man, but he says he's going to come after the Cox to come to Arizona, right? Have Mr. Cox arrested, right? Sorry, shutting up. Cox is shutting up. I should just turn back on the music and leave this one for a while. Does this make sense to anyone that knows who OJM is that's watching? Him going in there, Eric Shilkerson's blasting these 2-3 ladies, whatever. Right? But it's always the same target. Always the same target, always the same target. Is that promoting? Is that just Eric maybe promoting? We heard her drop the clip that she did not want to call Mr. Eric Shilkerson by what he rightfully deserved. I mean, since everyone wants to label everybody over here, right? This is part of the hypocrisy, bringing out the hypocrisy. Okay. Oh my gosh. Is that Urban Disciples in there? The Urban Essence. I wonder if that's just a Urban Soc, because I think they were trying to trade paint with Urban at that time. Respect up Glastro. Yeah, he's a good artist, dude. You don't mess with artists like that. Just an FYI. You just don't mess with good artists like that. Okay, Lee Pleatherman. I know you got I'll just be straight up. Lee Pleatherman, all right? You've got no artistic skills. Besides, he's a great suicide troll because he may have even suicide trolled his own sister. Possibly. It's there if you look deep enough and realize and recognize the pattern, right? I think they either wanted Glastro to either commit suicide or they knew he had an enlarged heart and pounded it on. They needed they needed a win for the dark side. That's part of it. As far as, like, let's say game 23, they're all involved. Somebody needs some muffin crypto, right? Muffin crypto. Oh no, seriously, and that's the way. It's so sick. That's how dark and sick it is, Darlene. Shiz, truth hurts. Literally, let's all suicide troll each other for the muffin crypto. You'll get a nice little token if you get a win in the month of April. Really. We're getting down to it. That's what it is. All right, let's keep going. Let's find some more screenshots here. You know, we need music. Hey, isn't that great? We got on the fly shit, dude, but it doesn't sound very good through this stupid broadcaster. It's friggin' lame. Oh, you're gonna like this one, Shiz. And Critter. And I think that was the Critter. It was either Nicola or Dank. You know? Yeah, been trying to bring out. Slowly, gently, try to follow it with as much hard evidence, court case proof record as possible. Not just, let's make a video talking bullshit on Cox and then label it he's a child stalker, because we're not winning. Here you go. Fellowmon exposing shills and frauds is God's work. Well, you're for the devil and you're casting judgment. We've gotten here before, and Fellowmon's this is where he loses his shit. Is he stuck in Ephesians 5? Gotta fight evil. Yes, we all agree. Gotta fight evil, right? Well, there's more to that book. There's Ephesians 6. Okay, you don't get stuck up there, Fellowmon, because that's where Urban Disciples gets it wrong with fighting in the flesh. To absolve yourself from having blood on your hands and snapping necks and throat punching, you go to the spiritual. Ephesians 6, chapter 10 through 18. Should know that part of the Ephesians book. The next chapter over, Fellowmon. You still haven't read there. And okay, so who knows? Possibility, okay? Fellowmon, and like earlier, didn't we say we were going to do or was that yesterday? I think we said we were going to do a drill to see who can go get Mr. Jones to a woman's shelter because he's been abused by his wife. Right? We're going to run a drill. Right? It's the same thing as with Fellowmon, okay? He could be a captive having to do this, like in the movie 1984. Okay? Because they're forced to play characters. They're forced to do the NLP type shit. He could be a captive. He could be down in a dump. This Fellowmon, the character of 1984, and maybe we just need to run a drill to see who can get him, to a padded room first. Seriously. I mean, who's the crazy one here? Really? Is it me trying to, hey, look.
Hooray for him, she put me down. Hooray for him, she made me her town. Hooray for him, she's up to her tricks. Hooray for him, she's getting
with a guy. She tells him that she loves him and she says goodbye. Hooray, boys, oh, she did it again. I'm just another fool that couldn't resist. Hooray, boys, oh, she put me down. Hooray, boys, oh, she made me her pal. Hooray, boys, oh, she's up to her tricks. Hooray, boys, oh, she's getting her kicks. Joe Moore, I want to hear Hooray for Hazel. Hooray for Hazel, she put me down. Hooray for Hazel, she made me her clown. Hooray for Hazel, she's up to her tricks. Hooray for Hazel, she's getting her kicks. Hooray for Hazel, she put me down. Hooray for Hazel, she...
Oh, here we go.
So, I've had you sick fucks on here send pizzas to my house, do welfare checks on me, send CPS to me, had me swatted.
Holy shit.
Times. And
whoa. I think we're going to change gears here with this real quick. Just an FYI, once again, people think that, Tiff and I are working together, just like Renee. But it doesn't matter who's right or wrong once aerial doxing happens of single mothers from big dudes like OJM, right, that can't defend himself against a 105, 10 pound, 50 pound, 150 pound woman, right, being almost 310 pounds himself, right? And you're doing aerial doxing videos of these women, single women with children. I'm going to be interested. I'm working. Why? I mean, once again, I put myself out here. What's interesting, I put myself out here for coming up on 6 hours and for years. But what's interesting is it seems as though that, like today, for instance, and props to Alias for jumping up, right? But only a woman can show up, which is cool. Right? Man, what am I? Okay, I'm on the wrong account there. We're going to keep going. But once it comes down to that, I mean, there's court case record. You got to follow the court case record. Here, let's see if I can get that set up. Muting for a second. Wait, yeah, we're going to have to grab this, and then what's truth after this? I'm gonna jump over to the other side and see if I can check messages. Well, and you know what's truth is we've found is they use the trans and gay people as conservative like partners, like with Pete Santilli. You should know who that is, but with like Pete Santilli, he and this is just reporting the news. Okay, his background co-host, not co-host, but a third co-host or second co-host, is trans. But the sad part is they're weaponizing them, just like Eric Spitfire tried to weaponize Urban Disciples to come on and destroy a bunch of white supremacists, right? Oh, I hope Urban Disciples comes up here and destroys you white supremacists, right? That's spreading a false agenda like Philemon likes to do. So this type of shit happens. Okay, here we're gonna maybe. There we go. See, we're going guerrilla in Studio B. This is fun. I much rather do it this way actually in Studio B. It's so much more fun for me. I'm telling you, this is just a blast doing, right? I get to come in here and
I've had you sick fucks on here send pizzas to my house, do welfare checks on me, send CPS to me, had me swatted countless times, and I can prove it. Who doesn't have a Ring camera these days? Who doesn't have a security camera in front of their house? Especially when you have shit like this going on. I don't think for 1 second a welfare check was made on Kim or Crafton at all. I don't buy it. I don't believe it. The time is a bit too convenient, and I think it's a lot of shit. So before you all start blaming everyone for making this call that there's no proof of that it even happened, show some proof that it actually did happen. I see a bunch of game playing cunts fucking scrambling, trying to cover their own bullshit behavior. People are sick.
Wow. See, Tiff's just been loading up and waiting to unload on a lot of you bastards. But the thing is, if the subversion wasn't so bad, then they wouldn't need things like the Southern Poverty Law Center, Honor Network. I mean, so to facilitate something like Sandy Hook, so an Honor Network can pop up and find extremists like Eric Shilkerson that's like going after the victims' families, fake or not, dude. If you figure that out, then go do the rest of the math, dude. I mean, come on. Looks like Eric Shilkerson to me, especially. There's again, Pizzagate, Sandy Hook, dude. I mean, right? That's why we do these 8-hour streams, because been following along since 2016, and these
what that means for kids and their families.
Very extreme cases. And I didn't really want to do it. I just wanted to do a music show. But here we are on the Quantum LARPbot channel, just a few of us. And we get to go through the real shit. I mean, we're not going into and I bet you Darlene missed that whole thing. Right? And that's the thing. You can't pay attention to everything when the evidence and proof are being presented. You've already, and that's how they hide the truth within, I think, let's say, the secret societies get people too damn busy to see it go down themselves or be able to document, somebody else document. And that's just what I like to try to achieve, is documenting as much as we can here of this subversion of and breaking down the fabric of society, shaming veterans to silence them, even back to Nam. The returning veterans apparently wasn't homeless. The word homeless derived and weaponized at the time of returning veterans from Vietnam. I think so. I don't know for a fact. But you see, let's not get caught in the small things and let people get you caught up in the small things where they want you. I sure can. I like that. I like giving their medicine back at them on loop for 6 hours now. Thanks for sticking around and joining in. And I disagree. So all of that response, and Tiffany's got no charges from all of that swatting and activity and feds and CPS. Usually somebody's responsible for that bill if you're caught, right? Interesting, no one's really being caught. I wonder why. Is that called snitch qualified immunity? Maybe. I don't know. Does it exist? I can't prove it. There's this thing called the thin blue line, though, where they've got oaths of secrecy where, you know, I mean, they're giving an oath to the Constitution and they go out that night and blanket party each other, you know, with the soap and the sock and smacking each other in the ass for a freaking ritual, you know. Hey, welcome to the blue line. Now here's the real ritual that starts in your vow of secrecy, right? They'll go out and get drunk and go to the freaking, you know, go to the strip club, slap strippers in the ass and stuff like that. Dude, I mean, that's the way it's gone in the gangster movies, right? The cops got their blue line and vow of secrecy, but guess what? That's even been broken open. So this is where if Cox is crying or pandering at all, it's this right here, okay? Is there's things breaking through. It might not be politics. It might not be that grandma that's been sick is going to start feeling better. Well, we hope. Let's hope for that instead of going, oh yeah, the world's just gone to shit, man. Let's believe Philemon and Nicola that, you know, Edwards and Nicola that they've got, it's all okay. It's just all a fantasy. What you see and hear, it's just all fantasy. Don't question it. Just let it come to you naturally. Well, when the natural isn't organic, okay. We're working with some GMOs here. That's oh my gosh, we could go real deep. Should we just keep going deeper? Because we're still kind of just getting with a few streams and 6 hours in, right before the Armada actually hits in like 24 hours. Okay, I mean, this is just before the Armada hit. This is like what this is, because there's a link pasted and everything. This is like, terms, the peace talk, right? Just in the world courts or in the UN, right? And the thing is, just from my studies, okay, is that somebody's going to get held responsible for all that waste of resources. But what happens when there's some type of collusion and they've purposely, the people that are calling are from the other side of the pond or the border, and that way they can't as much. But what if I don't want like interaction police all the my doorbell because they call from the what if I don't want that and their calls are false, even though they're giving us a courtesy ring at the doorbell, right? What if I don't want that? What if there's no trespassing signs, at the end of the driveway that say, dude, I mean, you can use a bullhorn from the street legally and go, hey, Mr. Cox, this is your local sheriff's department. We're wondering if you could come out unarmed and have a conversation with us, right? Through their bullhorn on their freaking. That's why we pay taxes, right? To be able to put, CB bullhorns on freaking cop cars so they can get on there and go, everybody, this is a parade. Please clear out. It's about to start. Right? And you can do that until there's a warrant. Right? But you see, there's something there. There's something there. I'm not throwing anybody on the bus. I'm not saying any of the I'm not saying I'm friends with Tiff. I don't work with her. Haven't. What I did is had some personal conversations and getting her side. No problem with that. And I'm not sitting here, Tiffany said this on the phone and Tiffany said that on the phone. I'm letting her tell her story. With What's Truth, I'm trying to let him tell his story. Get his side out. Many other people, get your side out. Fellowmon, you want to make slap videos about the Cox and dream that you've destroyed Cox. That's why we created this character for someone that's caught up into a 1984 movie. There are things going past and better despite some serious shitty conditions. But it is still all perception. It still is all mental. And that's what they want. They're using cybernetics, the internet, to entrap, encase, inbox. The Ghostbusters 1 movie, man. They're putting you into the box. You're Slimer. Hillary Clinton said that you patriots are a virus. Well, the thing is, truth hurts, okay? Is the push, the oomph, the having no backbone, but having to like think you got a backbone. Yeah, and it's a different narrative. So it seems like, I mean, whoever their handlers, in my opinion, tell them to go after that week or that day, or after they coordinate in either Hangouts or Discord. And the fantasy to me is like, it just seems like they're all meeting up in a freaking Discord with the Fusion Center and trading information to get money with the FBI. Well, see, you can't say no one. People this glad believed at first. Right? MMA? But I don't even know who you're talking about in the chat. So I'm just saying. Right? You're going to say, Fellowmon hasn't destroyed anybody. I mean, that's probably true, but there's still the intent and the attempt. Price of the powers of the air, the principalities. Yeah, the air of the internet has made it so easy for evil to attack and spread. And Possums, you're absolutely right because, and check this out. You're going to like this. I'm glad you're listening still. Let me grab something. I got something for you guys. I think you're going to. Oh, you're talking about Hillary? So, Arizona has had. Okay, just right when I was trying to tell this story, shit's blowing up. And I'm glad you said that, Possums, because you brought something I'm going to forget. And I really appreciate that. What we're experiencing here in Arizona, water crisis, it's like famine. Right? There's a lot of flooding. Bridges are being shut down. And there's trees, huge trees. The sycamores and the cottonwoods are floating down the river. Prince of the powers of the air, the principalities. See, you get into Ephesians 6, 10 through 18, it talks about the principalities in higher places. It doesn't say, hey, Cox, in Ephesians 6, 10 through 18, it doesn't say, hey, Cox, you don't believe what Possums believes in, and you need to go throat punch her. I think what it's saying is liberate your brothers and sisters that are oppressed and go beat up the entity that's controlling someone. So now they can live a fruitful life instead of being oppressed. But they've connected with the spiritual side because of the high tech. Now, check this out. Water, we just talked about water. We're finding out that our literal grid water systems are proven, hard evidence and data that our systems, water systems and grid is under. Now, I'm not just saying, Fellowmon took a little slap at me in the chat room and I'm being attacked. All right. So with this being brought up, there's something about the water systems, because of water, once again, sacred, blood of the earth, are under attack. Spiritually, I think more than for things to fail in almost like an epidemic matter. Water system in the water poison. Okay, it sucks for water, but I could matter as long I can still go and get and preserve water and structure it. And other people are really catching on to that. There are bigger industrial systems that are being installed in residential with the structured water systems now after, and that's your fourth stage, after the filtration. Whatever you got, either RO, whatever filtration, right? But the structured water comes after. Thank you, Possums. I didn't know I should be monitoring it. When I don't monitor the back line is when I start breaking up. They know I'm not monitoring somehow. Son of a bitch. Thank you though, Possums. I wasn't paying attention. Anyways, I need to go to music for a minute anyway. I'll check on it. Thanks. Talking about TIFF and people that go live every day, like in Shark or like in Snark, who just had a blowout with TIFF. Interesting. Mr. Jones complains that I go live every day, right? No, I'm inconsistently live every, let's say, in small spurts over the bow. Not every day. It's not like today, and I am glued to it, sitting behind a camera, twiddling my thumbs. I mean, it's a little different doing it guerrilla like I am. Just an FYI, I still have things that I'm doing as far as life things, not just letting mommy come in and clean up my underwear, my dirty underwear every once in a while, like Lycan. I've been waiting to say something like that. Seriously, he seems like one of those privileged little artists where mommy comes in once a week and cleans up his milk, his empty milk babas and glasses, and picks up the dirty diapers, and then brings him a Hot Pocket going, "You're doing good, honey." That way he's leaving her alone as mommy. So, I mean, I'm just... no shit, huh? Broke out of the crucial moment. I'm telling you, I should have been monitoring all of that. I was just going at the flow, though. Who cares? What I say anyways doesn't matter. Okay. You were saying something about the water, and then you broke out. Thank you, Shiz. Yeah. Right? It's 6 hours, 15 minutes. Timestamp it, and we'll go back and try to figure out what their pattern is and how they're triggering out. But it is definitely the water, talking about the water. But the actual water has been under attack. Our water systems are under attack. And we don't know if it's here's the thing, okay? Here's me trying to be non-biased about it. Here, I'm just gonna turn on this back line and see how we're doing. And we don't know if it's here's the thing, okay? Here's me trying to be non-biased. Okay. Is it old infrastructure breaking down, or has the dark side figured out a way to work through the ether, through the grid, and actually try to, let's say, spell cast or right, either spell cast or make things break. They wanted to break down, but I think that's where the advanced technologies allowed them to go to all the way, like, let's say, into the grid, your water system, and just try to poison your well. And like I said, we've got, if you caught that, we've got the evidence, proof of pattern now of, well, that's the part that I don't want to get into just yet, because it does have to do with some, let's just say, knowledge of how to sure that evidence. All right. Cool. I didn't break up on that. All right, we had to get that out. But just to kind of circle back on it, I just don't want to get into how we can make the evidence. And that's where you're always going to get kind of fought, let's say. And but there's enough pattern with the infrastructure as far as, like, let's say, either pipes failing, a pump failing, right? It's not all at the same time that people's water pumps for their wells are failing. I mean, it goes just from the city piped in. They can easily get into that. And I'm telling you, with the ether, internet, there's enough pattern of things that do break. Isn't that interesting? Is that a Dizzle? Is that an interesting, like, let's say, argument that you can get into? Because he's kind of against the dogma in a sense. Shizzle. Terraforming. Oh my gosh. Yep. Alex Jones was into the frogs gay, but we're maybe that was up to make fun of what they are actually trying to do. And this last bit of evidence of factual things, the way they broke, and then, let's say, giving a response back, and not only, like, fixing the problem with the water system, but it just goes too deep. That's too deep. Because it's still not all the way formulated, but the way, let's say, oh my gosh, I can't do it yet. It's too good of evidence. Okay. And it's not like I'm trying to bogart the evidence. Maybe I want a little more pattern before I present. Does that make sense? But I will stick to the premise that the water system is under attack even spiritually, because that's the blood of the earth. That's, anyways. All right, so what I'm going to do, no one wants to panel up. That's all right. That's okay. We've given them almost 6.5 hours. Compliant time. Looking at the chat. Yeah. And you're right there. You're absolutely right. You're right. You know, and right, and I sometimes call it stupid too, but there's still a warning message in there, dude. It's just, and not to repeat history, there's in the Bible says it's about to repeat. But yeah, there's just so much discernment to get going with that. They're still trying to push their juice. Can't control us better. Yep. Well, everybody, seriously, on a very serious note. Okay, let's do a quick recap here. We got many keywords that we were able to talk about, and we haven't been black screened yet. What we've been doing is proclaiming and not letting the censorship just say you can't do it. Right? Censorship industry has been busted out and exists, and there are certain individuals and actors around to help facilitate that as they double reverse. Oh shit, here we go. All right, let's catch it live. Oh man. R&R Law just went live. What's going on with this Trump indictment? What I wanted to go into, you guys, is play yesterday what Urban put out, UD, and I think he was blasting Treach in there somewhere, and I wanted to go back and listen to it because I only really caught like the last part of it, and then I went on panel with them, and then and then I had to tune out again. I have no idea what happened, so I wasn't able to go forward much and listen to the beginning and especially the middle. And where's his popcorn? So I wanted to replay that, then probably end out. But we've got R&R Law Firm here that's live.
Really nervous that Alvin Bragg, this left-wing Soros-supported DA, ironically, if he brought this bogus case and lost in court, which would be the inevitable outcome, Alvin Bragg could end up playing a pivotal role in re-electing Donald Trump president. I think Democrats are scared out, and they're telling him back off. The fact that he sent the grand jury home is a big victory. I think there's a very real possibility he says, "Mine away."
Do it. Doesn't do it. That's Ted Cruz. Maybe Ted doesn't actually move forward with an indictment. And what would that do? We were talking about this with Viva today, and we were asking whether or not that would ignite the left. An indictment of Trump would ignite the right. A non-indictment of Trump do the opposite. Would that the left? Would they get over that? And be like that scene out of Breaking Bad? He can't keep getting away with this. I don't know. We'll have to see. Now, even if Manhattan DA Peters as a whimper, much ado about nothing, which is seemingly more and more likely. The prosecution of Trump is definitely not done. They're going ahead full steam, and Jack Smith is the person who is leading this. And he came in, remember, from the International Criminal Court, and he was appointed after Trump declared that he was running. They raided his house, his residence in Mar-a-Lago. Then he declared. Then they said, oh, well, now it's a conflict of interest because he's running again. And they said, we better appoint a special counsel. And we've had all sorts of conversations about this process. Now, unfortunately, huge portions of this are done under seal. The special counsel is just operating in the dark of night in dark grand jury rooms, drafting subpoenas and conducting interviews and all sorts of things that we can't really see yet. We will at one point, but not yet. But we are hearing from a number of sources that he is making some pretty serious headway. And one of those efforts involves having the ability to interview and question Mark Meadows. Meadows and other Trump aides, according to ABC News, are now going to be ordered to testify. They were putting up a force field. They were saying, we don't have to testify. We're immune from Jack Smith because we were former executives in the executive branch. We work with Donald Trump. We have a very strong protection, like a force field, that insulates us from this. It's called executive privilege. Unfortunately, a federal judge has rejected that and ordered Mark Meadows and other former top aides to testify before a federal grand jury investigating Trump and efforts to overturn the election and the events leading up to J6. Meadows, Trump's chief of staff was subpoenaed along with other former aides. Trump's legal team had challenged the subpoenas. They said we have privilege. In a sealed order last week that we don't see, Judge Beryl Howell rejected Trump's claim of executive privilege from Meadows and a number of others, including ODNI member John Ratcliffe, former National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien, former top aide Stephen Miller, Dan Scavino, going to be on the line. Aides Nick Luna, John McEntee, former DHS official Ken Cusinelli. Trump is going to appeal the ruling. Meadows didn't respond to a comment. Lawyers said the DOJ is continuously stepping outside its standards and its constitutional norms. The deranged Democrats and their comrades in the media are corrupting the process. Attorneys have declined to comment. So we don't know what they have. We don't know what the investigation looks like, but the force fields are coming down. Like Star Trek shields up. They just popped right through that one. And there's other issues as well, because it's not just the executive privilege. When you say, how can we protect somebody from inquisitions? You want to identify a basis for that. Executive privilege is a strong one because we want the executive branch to operate with some ability to operate with candor, to communicate freely amongst themselves. If they're going to be the subject of a criminal prosecution and a criminal inquisition, everybody's just going to be not doing anything, right? Nothing will get done because they can't openly communicate. So they broke that one right open, and we don't know what that will lead to. But the other one that they cracked open, it was with Evan Corcoran, Trump's lawyer. This came over from Bloomberg. Trump's lawyer, published today by Zoe Tillman, March 24th. Trump's lawyer is now going to testify before a grand jury probing classified documents.
Uh-oh.
Former defense attorney Evan Corcoran spent more than 3 hours in a federal courthouse.
Wait a minute. This is hypothetical, comical, in my opinion, but should we put bets on whether or not that lawyer turns against Trump? I mean, I'm just putting it out there, right? No one's traded cash apps yet to see if this bet would work, right? There's no gambling allowed on the internet apparently, but hypothetically gambling, right? I would put up 10 muffin bucks, okay, that the lawyer will turn on Trump. I mean, that's just, am I skewed? Am I paranoid? Should I just shut up? Right? There's a good possibility there, right? With past history.
On Friday today, appearing before a grand jury probing the handling of the classified documents. There he is. Exited the courthouse around lunchtime, declined to answer questions. His grand jury appearance came after Trump's legal team lost a secret fight to stop him from being forced to face clients. A federal appeals court on Wednesday denied motions by Trump lawyers. 3-judge panel ordered Corcoran to produce the panels. Corcoran. Grand jury proceedings are sealed, not open to the public. We can't see them. Corcoran has spent part of his time as a team of 5 lawyers representing Trump in a number of different things. This is along with the documents probe, as well as a separate investigation out of Smith's office. former federal prosecutor. He was involved in coordinating the response to the grand jury subpoena back in 2022. And so it is getting hot right now. This is a lot less in our faces. The DA stuff is in our faces. We can see it. We can hear from from Cohen and Costello. We're hearing all about this, but the rest of this is taking place in secret. And this is considerably more significant. If they indict Trump as a base on out of this is the DOJ indicting him. This is not some partisan hack called Alvin Bragg. This is the entire Department of Justice that comes to this conclusion. And I still think this is going to come up. So we'll see. I don't think Trump's off the hook quite yet. Well, not by a long shot. But of course, we will continue to cover it. There will be a lot more on it. We will see what happens on Monday. The grand jury is supposed to be reconvening. And of course, we'll continue to cover it wherever it is you're watching this. Thank you for subscribing, and we'll look forward to seeing you on the next one. But we're not done here yet today. We have to continue on. Even though Donald Trump has not been indicted, others have. And we got to get into it. Proud Boys trial, day 43. The case continues. Yesterday, we left off with some very troubling revelations, one of which was the idea that a confidential human source, aka an FBI informant, had been embedded with the defense team, with defense prayer groups, with defendants themselves, family events, who knows what else they were doing, even at attorneys' offices. FBI informants at attorney offices. What? That's right. Now, there was a very significant order that came out late last night. It was a minute order. It said, this is from Judge Kelly. In light of the discussion on the record today about today's hearing, it is hereby ordered that any defendant, anybody with factual information that may aid the court's resolution of the parties' various disputes here, shall proffer that information under seal, and if appropriate, ex parte, meaning you don't even have to tell the other side about it. Just give it to me and me alone. You don't have to copy the prosecutors, just send it right to me. Send it by 9 a.m. today, March 24th, Friday, signed by Judge Kelly. Interesting order. Now, we were asking ourselves what actually happened yesterday. And if you're not already following Julie Kelly, you should be. She's on Twitter at Julie_Kelly2. She's doing great work on this. And although we read through a bunch of what happened yesterday, she was able to get her hands on some transcripts. And she went through, there's a whole thread of these. So make sure you go follow her to read all of it. They're well worth it, trust me. But she was also on Laura Ingraham last night and did a great job, really great appearance. And I appreciate that more people are going to be hearing about this. And the message is getting out. It's just amazing. But she pointed this out. She says, as I pointed out on Laura Ingraham last night, just like Whitmer Fednapping, there are more FBI informants than defendants in the Proud Boys case. More informants than defendants in the Proud Boys case. As we've speculated, we don't know what the numbers are. Is it 10 to 5? Is it 2 to 1? Is it 3 to 1? Is it 5 to 1? We don't know. But we read through the testimony, and this comes out from defendant attorney Mr. Jaraguay representing Enrique Tarrio. This is what came out in court. They said, Judge, when yesterday, when we were informed, this is your defense attorney speaking, Judge, when we were informed, by the government, they said, hey, by the way, your witness that you're going to call tomorrow is a confidential human source. It says, and this is a confidential human source that we've met with multiple times. We've met in our office in Miami. What? That we've been getting ready to testify, and all of a sudden, yet again, another CHS? As Your Honor knows, there are more CHSs in this case than there are defendants, and every day there's a new one. I asked my intern yesterday, are you a CHS? Because it's just one after another. Says, this CHS was in the defense camp spoke to the family, spoke to the defense attorneys, and just like our other lawyer friend, Mr. Smith, says, was always gathering information as to what was happening in the case, okay? At all times. Says these men are being prosecuted for statements that they made, and they're using those statements. Those statements in this case, Judge, as Your Honor knows, all the exhibits are telegram statements. They're all parlor statements. They're being prosecuted for their assembly in a group called the Proud Boys, okay? And it gets even better. All these CHSs are cloaked in secrecy. It's disgusting. And so you'll have to go over there to read the rest of that from Julie Kelly. Amazing thread. But this stood out to me. We've met in our office in Miami. The FBI sent informants into defense lawyers' offices. If you're a defense attorney out there listening, what are you feeling right now? I'm just curious. If you're a prosecutor out there, what are you feeling right now? Are you feeling good about that? I know a lot of prosecutors, and they're very good people, most of them. And they, I think, would be disgusted by this. Because it's disgusting. FBI sending informants into your defense attorney's offices and prayer groups and family dinners and the whole thing. And all throughout the preceding pendency of this case. This wasn't in the investigation stage. This was after they had been charged. These guys are sitting in prison and they still have an informant who is rummaging around their offices. They called her, this person, to prepare the case. We need you to come and testify. We want to learn about how you can help our case. It's an FBI informant. Unbelievable. So we're just getting started on this. And as usual, we're going over to Roger Parloff. March 24th, day 43, Proud Boys trial. Now, I'm pretty upset about this, but his YouTube channel got nuked. My account has been shut down for a week due to stupid community standard violations because he posted up a Civil War podcast and some other videos. Look at this. Team YouTube. Jerks. All right, well, we're going to have to come back and flag that for Team YouTube. Now, as you know, well, actually, I don't know what he posted. We don't know what's in there. But anyways, hopefully they bring him back. Gosh, YouTube. Anyways, as you know, the train was derailed. Defense raised new problems. We've talked about all of that here. We read through the motions, and we're up to speed on the case. Now, we're waiting for Judge Kelly to take the bench, and he does. After a little bit of a delay this morning, it might have to do with a glitch in getting the defendants transferred to court. So they're taking their time. Everybody refills their cups of coffee. And we're back. Judge Kelly is on the bench. All rise. All right, Judge. All right, thanks. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Judge says, okay, well, we've got a few to attend to bring the juror. It seems like Tario sent over issue. There were emails, but we're not going to deal with that right now. We're going to deal with the Enrique Tario issues when he calls his witnesses. Now, his defense team, Hassan and Sabino, they say, well, Judge, we want to call a different witness first. They were going to call this confidential human source person, and they want to call someone else. Tario and his team, they say, Judge, this confidential human source, they may get cold feet if we don't get her done first. So they want to call her first. They say, Judge, this was our witness. And when we were saying we were going to call her, the government told us she's not really our witness. She's actually the FBI's witness. She's an FBI informant who we thought was our witness. They said that's a problem, but they said, we're cool with that. We still want to call her because now we get a confidential human source on the stand. Brilliant. Let's get it. McCullough, the prosecutor, says, hold on a minute, Judge. There are issues that need to be resolved in terms of the scope of the direct exam, saying, well, we don't want them to be able to call her and ask her whatever they want. They can't ask her about being a confidential source, right? This is what the prosecutor is asking or trying to get at. Yeah, they can call her, but they can only ask her about being a Proud Boy or being with them, not about her involvement with the FBI, is where they're trying to go. And the scope of the cross, including whether any of these allegations of government misconduct are going to be raised and issues about the witness's status, right? They really don't want her to get on the stand. Judge says, okay, let's come back to this issue after we excuse the jury today. We don't believe, and they say, we don't need to do it today. They really don't want her on. And they say, also, we don't believe the defense comply with their discovery violations with her. Remember this yesterday? So they're saying they didn't disclose her on time. So she can't be called because they didn't tell us that they were going to call her on Friday, back on Wednesday. The judge said they needed 36 hours. They didn't disclose it to the prosecution on Wednesday. So they're saying, Judge, in addition to not having her come on here because we don't know what we can ask her because we don't want her to ask about her being a CHS, they're also out of time. And so the way to make the best use of the jury's time is to let's put the uncontroversial witnesses on the stand first, then release the jury, and then we can discuss it. Because the prosecutor would want nothing more than this informant to get cold feet and not want to testify. That'd be great, especially if that prevented them from getting any CHSs on the stand. Remember, they've wanted to call other CHSs, including Kenny Lizardo, who picked up Enrique Tarrio after he was released from jail, the day before J6. Judge said, well, gosh, I know you guys really want to call this witness, but if we plowed ahead right now, he says, I foresee a million unresolved issues that would make this very slow. Your witness is under subpoena, and they're not allowed to absent themselves, so she'll stay here. Yeah, but the defense says, yeah, okay, Judge, that's fine. But the government, they caused this. They didn't tell us this before. For them to inform me one day before her testimony that she's an informant threw my plans into disarray. Judge says, I don't care what your plans were. Call the uncontroversial witness first, and then we'll take up this one. But Hassan stands up, also for Tarrio. He's now arguing, no, Judge, we really want her. It's our case. We want her first. We're being prejudiced literally right now. In this moment. You said it's our case. We want to call her. She's here. Let us call her. The judge said, yeah, but we left court yesterday with an expectation of how we'd proceed today, and we're going to stick to that. Now, that means she's not going today, it sounds like. Nick Smith, representing Ethan Nordine, he says, I don't want the jury to be instructed that my client has rested because there's still a possibility that he might testify. Judge says, okay, fine. Defense attorney Hernandez says, hey, Judge, by the way, I'm planning to tell the jury about this government misconduct, just so you know. And the defense doesn't have to preview her questions to the government before they call their witness. So you better believe we're calling her and I'm bringing it up. And I don't have to give them any hint about what I'm asking. Shout out to Carmen Hernandez. She also emphasizes that media hoopla over a CHS could frighten her away. Judge says something, we don't know what it is. And the judge brings in the jury. All right, defense, please proceed. Defense calls Enrique Tarrio's first witness. His name is George Mesa, a.k.a. Asher Mesa, a.k.a. Asher Bar Koziba. They say, George Mesa, a.k.a. Bar Koziba, can you tell me about your names? And he says, yeah, sure. I'm a convert to Judaism. I converted over 24 years ago. In Israel, I'm Asher. Bar Koziba is a reference to a failed ancient messianic attempt. I went to rabbinical school in Israel. Since 2009, I've been a rabbi. Lives in Florida. Oh, thank you. Where were you born? I was born in New Jersey, grew up in Miami Beach, stationed in Fort Bragg, Fort Benning, lived in Israel for 5 years. He says, there's a famous saying, I'm not saying this, okay? So he said it, not me. He says there's a famous saying, 2 Jews, 3 opinions. Many people dislike things I teach, mainly. I don't think I'm familiar with that phrase, but that's what he says. Mainly proselytizing. He says Jews are given a right to return. I went to Israel to finish rabbinical and to get a degree in computer science. I've got a bachelor's in computer science. I spent 2 years in yeshiva. I work in computer science, served in the U.S. Army about 3 years, received a general discharge, terminated my service short, not eligible for benefits, GI or VA benefits, and says I live in South Florida now, Broward County, near Fort Lauderdale. And today I'm a network admin. I own my own company. I had a synagogue for 2 years, North Miami Beach, and I teach online. I teach Hebrew, I teach Judaism, I teach Zionist history, and I don't make much money for that. And, so why are you here, George? He says, well, I'm subpoenaed. So I flew up here, stayed at a hotel. Are you being compensated for this today? He says, no, I'm not being compensated. Staying at a hotel. Can you tell me about your politics, George? He says, yeah, I identify right of center politically. I says, I believe in the Constitution. Shout out to George. Love my country. I'll do what I need to do to protect other Americans. And can you tell me about how you became a Proud Boy? Sure, yeah, I became a Proud Boy during the time of the riots. I saw that only group that was protecting Americans were the Proud Boys. I found a documentary on Vice about them. I contacted them around June or July. Says my views are consistent with the Proud Boys regarding Constitution and love of country. Agree with them completely. I was 3rd degree Proud Boy on January 6th. I was in Vice City chapter in South Florida. Enrique belonged to that chapter. Are you a Proud Boy today? No, not a Proud Boy today. He says, well, how come? Right now, the organization doesn't really exist. We sort of turned on each other. I was booted out of the club. Many Proud Boys tried to distance themselves from anything having to do with the Proud Boys. My disassociation occurred officially about 4 months ago. Can you tell me about what the Proud Boys believes in and sort of why you wanted to be there? Oh, yeah, sure. Well, it's love of country. He says, we're a reactionary movement. We don't go out looking for trouble. We're there to protect Americans, exercising the right to support a certain candidate. But we're being attacked when returning to their vehicles. He says the Proud Boys had an open political ideology and says there were actually Democrats in the Proud Boys. Says, I saw the Proud Boys as the only ones fighting back. I considered them in this climate as an ally. Thank you for that great introduction. Now, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about an exhibit. You show me what this is here? You recognize this? Oh, yeah, that's the Constitution and the bylaws of the Proud Boys. What are those? Well, these are like tenets of the club, sort of what makes up its ideology. Every Proud Boy had access to this document. Well, what did this say? Well, this first paragraph says pro-free speech. What does that mean? It means we're against censorship. We're against people being canceled. What does this say? Well, this is about eligibility and non-discrimination. What does this mean? It means we did not discriminate based on race or gender or even political ideology. White nationalists, white supremacists, or any of those other things, they're all prohibited. It says they were kicked out, or they should have been. Any large organization, what I call the riffraff, if they're here, they go. And this doesn't discriminate by sexual orientation. He says, I met homosexuals in the Proud Boys, and I considered them as brothers. Very inclusive, welcoming. I did independent journalism. I'd go to rallies. All I saw was support. I felt I had to document that the representation media gave on the whole topic was wrong. The average minority felt very comfortable around the Proud Boys. He says, we put our lives in danger to protect them. Tario and I were friendly, not very close, but friendly. Did you ever meet Biggs? No. Nordine? Anybody else? I never met Nordine. I may have run into him. Same with Real and Pizzola. May have run into them, but don't really recognize. With Tario, he says, any issues outside? Well, no, outside of issues not pertaining to the clubs or events. I didn't talk to him like a buddy, but we did work together as patriots. I think he had great leadership skills, he says. But he was kind of a mixed bag in terms of enforcing the tenets. Not a real stickler for the rules, he sounds like. Sometimes you have to appease a certain segment of the riffraff in order to move forward, but for the most part, he was a good leader. And were you in the Telegram groups here, George? Yeah. Yeah, my name in the Telegram groups was Ash Bar Koziba. Belonged to the Proud Boy security chat and the MOSD chat. And the MOSD2 chat and the Sweet Sweepers and the Boots on the Grounds chat. And you were in there. Did you agree with everything that was in those chat messages? No, I did not agree with everything. It wasn't common, but when dealing with such a large group, some use of abusive language, I didn't feel depicted what the average Proud Boy believed. Racial slurs, anti-Semitic language. I called that out. I felt that they were misrepresenting the club. I try to call out things I see as incorrect. In this case, racist. There was a handful of individuals who tried to fit in by using language they shouldn't be using in a chat created to protect the Proud Boys. Here you see some messages. Ash says, one thing we should speak about is what to do if we confront clandestine Proud Boys, meaning unaffiliated Proud Boys, saying they're going to come in and mess things up. They say, what did Tario mean when he said focus? What did that mean when he says focus right here in the messages? Well, Enrique's main focus, says George, was to protect the Proud Boys. He felt very responsible. If someone would get hurt, objection, sustained. Tario never told me any of this, so that's going into speculation territory there. If Tario never told me any of this, when we joined the chat, that was what was stated on the top. The whole purpose of the Ministry of Self-Defense was self-defense. It was to protect the Proud Boys from getting stabbed. He felt that this was something that should be handled in different chat rooms, not one created for self-defense. He says, well, you deal with that in another group, essentially. The mission was to protect the Proud Boys, and it had nothing to do with disrupting the vote. Now, why would individuals that expressed white supremacist views not be kicked out of the organization, George? Why wouldn't they kick them out? I don't know. Now, I want to ask you about this hand symbol that you guys in the Proud group. It's sort of the OK symbol. You put your thumbs together and the three fingers up. You've seen that. Is that a hand symbol that you guys use? Where'd that come from? He says, well, nobody really knew where it came from. It's used as a form of satire, I guess. He says, media said it was racist, so we did it even more to kind of antagonize them and to defy them. Says, yeah, I use that symbol. It's a Buddhist symbol as well. I do not have alt-right views. No. Are you saying that you're putting those fingers together because you're talking about white power or white pride or whatever they're saying that it is in the media? No. Are you an alt-righter? No. Do you think that you would join that group if they were racist or anti-Semitic, given the fact that you're a former rabbi? I wouldn't join a club that was racist in any way, especially against Jews. And says Tario did not like confrontation within the organization. That's what made him a good leader. The objective was more important, protect the Proud Boys in this instance. And how far back did you join the Proud Boys? About November 2022. And membership grew exponentially after the debate. More people were familiar with us, and it grew majorly. I was not involved in vetting then, but after January 6th, I did become involved. I participated in the November 2020 rally in D.C. What was it like? Well, it was very disorderly. There was a major rally in D.C. It was trying to keep us focused, trying to keep America safe. It happened in the daytime. We were out there supporting our candidate, and when they went back to the hotel rooms, the news started reporting about news like Antifa was targeting conservatives who were walking back to their cars. There was an incident at the Willard. We received a text that we were going to go and aid the situation, and there was another rally in December too. There were a lot more Proud Boys at that one. It was an official event. Proud Boys were marching, a little bit more prepared with more protective gear that time. At that time, we saw Antifa, and they were carrying knives. People were encouraged to wear something, a cutting board or something, so we wouldn't get stabbed. Says it was a lot more organized in December, but some of the Proud Boys went their own way. Over 500 to 800 Antifa guys were there, and only 350 Proud Boys. Really? Wow, you're kidding. We were fearful that some Proud Boys would be outnumbered and harmed. Proud Boys maintained a defensive posture. We were there only for defense, defending other Americans. I would never chase after Antifa. Proud Boys would actively seek Antifa after we were aware of reports of them targeting Americans. We weren't there looking for Antifa. So this is interesting. Transcription contradiction here. Proud Boys would actively seek Antifa after we were aware of reports of them targeting Americans, but we weren't there looking for Antifa. Okay, so I can see there. Now, did you have any feelings about law enforcement at the DC rallies? No. Anything change after DC? No. The standard was always back the blue. We always thanked officers for their service. In many of these rallies, we saw certain cops were aiding Antifa, so we shouldn't just say that every officer is guiltless. But we do support law enforcement, and we never change that in the club. Never change support for the Metro PD at all. Oh, thanks for that. Now, I want to go back to the stabbings you're talking about in December 12th, 2020. He says, yeah, there was a stabbing, and we created the Ministry of Self-Defense as a result. That's why I got in it, was to prevent what happened at the previous event. Proud Boys should be able to go home safely. He says, I participated in Zoom meetings for this. The purpose was not to find real men to confront the police. The purpose was to thin out those who couldn't control their behavior and their alcohol, and only have those who were somewhat upright representing the organization. Okay, we need to level this place up a little bit. So if you don't want to adhere to these new standards, you got to go. Hassan now puts up an exhibit. Looks like it's an application form in order to get into the chat. Can you tell me, did you fill out this form? Yeah. You recognize it? Yeah. Can you tell me, did you fill this out, this line? What does this line say? It says, do you affirm that you will not use drugs or alcohol during an event? Are you willing to devote yourself to the safety of your brothers? Also on the form. What's on this form? Well, if you wanted to be a part of this initiative, you had to fill it out. Number 4, what did that say? 4 says, I will always act in self-defense and I will never initiate a confrontation. What does that mean? Well, it means we will never start the fight. We're only there in a reactionary posture. And you were in the Proud Boys group for a while. Were there issues you had with any other members of the MOSD? Yeah, I disagreed on not going in colors. I thought we should be in colors. Did you guys talk about that? Yeah, there was mass confusion. There were 2 previous times we went to DC and we didn't know who was who. I felt there wasn't a marker to distinguish us from non-Proud Boys. Same thing would occur. So I said, we got to color up. Tario says, this is just the way the club operates. Okay, but we take the cue from the local chapter, which was saying don't wear colors. They say don't wear colors, so we're not wearing colors. Says, I came to DC on J6. I was supposed to provide security for Latinos for Trump. Did you participate in the marches? No, I didn't participate in the Proud Boys March. I didn't meet at the Washington Monument. Well, tell me more about Latinos for Trump. Well, what is that all about? Well, it's exactly what it sounds like, he says. It's an organization that encourages Latinos to enter the Republican Party and support Trump. I did it on behalf of the Proud Boys. And no, I don't have a security license. Did you have any weapons? No, no weapons. What were you doing there? Well, I was just escorting Bianca and other members from A to B. And I arranged travel about a week before January 6th. I stayed at the Phoenix Park. No comms with Tario before. I arrived on January 5th. I think Tario was in Baltimore by then because he had already been arrested. And what were you doing there? He said, well, Latinos for Trump had acquired a stage, mainly about the vid and election stuff. My job was to escort them to and from the hotel. Tario was supposed to speak at the rally. Now, I want to show you this image. Can you tell me what that is? He says, yeah, it's an agenda for the day. Where was this shared? In the security chat for the Proud Boys. What does the agenda say? It says about 10 a.m. to noon, we're going to have the Freedom Rally. And who was supposed to be there? That's when Enrique Tario was going to speak. Now, this is a flyer, right, for the public? The address is the 301st Street. Is Tario in this image? No, he's not on the flyer. But Bianca told us in the chat that they're undetachable, that Tario would speak. The flyer does say other patriots would speak. So did you go there? Well, I went to the Capitol on January 6th around maybe 1:45 p.m. Did you see the Proud Boys there? No, did not run into them there. The communications and the cell phones weren't working. I couldn't even call my wife. I received no instructions from boots on the grounds or anything else. I was not carrying a radio. The only way I knew about event was media that was covering it when we walked into Bianca's room. I did not go into the Capitol. When I got there, no barricades or law enforcement was blocking entrance to the grounds. I was there for about 25 minutes with other members and then walked back to the hotel. I did not observe trespass signs or bike racks limiting where I could walk. The Capitol at that time, I began to interview people and asked them what they thought about the Proud Boys. I was doing independent journalism, had a website up called pb.tv so that people who never met Proud Boys could find how other Americans really feel about it. I was interviewing people of various racial and ethnic backgrounds, mainly people from different ethnicities, Spanish-speaking, Colombia. The objective was to keep Proud Boys safe. So let's back up on that for a minute. Now, this is an interesting thing. Around 1:45, I've been always curious about the cell stuff because the cell towers did go down. We know when the Beast drove by, which was Trump's vehicle, because the live stream from our friend Eddie Block and his real good boy Donnie, the St. Bernard, they lost their live stream when the Beast drove by, but that's not the whole day. So that's interesting. Okay, anyways, we continue. He says, the purpose was not to fight law enforcement. That's not why we were there. We wanted to insert order in the Proud Boys. We wanted to keep things more orderly. How to march, how to stay together, not to go off on their own and get ambushed. The purpose was not to obstruct an official proceeding, not to stop certification, not to stop the peaceful transfer of power. Never happened. What were you there for? The purpose was to peacefully demonstrate. No further questions. Hassan is done. Judge says, all right, well, we're going to take a 10-minute break now. And they take their break and they come back. And Judge Kelly is back on the bench. He says, hello, everybody. Welcome back from our break. USA prosecutor McCullough, he begins the cross-examination. So now the prosecutor is up at the podium cross-examining George. He says, all right, George, so you joined the Proud Boys in 2020, is that right? Yeah. And you were interested in doing something about issues in America. Yeah. You said that you're somebody who's not afraid to get your hands dirty, right? Yeah. And your hands being dirty, that sometimes includes political violence. Is that true? Yeah. And you joined because of the riots? Is that what you said? The burnings of the buildings. Racial injustice, right? That's how it was presented. That's fun. Now, we don't know what the makeup of this jury is or what they think about those Summer of Love riots. But he's basically tying those Summer of Love riots to racial injustice, saying they were protesting the racial injustice. We'll see how that lands with the jurors or if it matters at all. Prosecutor says, so the Proud Boys who attended rallies, you called them the Rally Boys, is that true? Yeah, they were called the activists, yeah. You were part of that group? Yeah. That was a new thing? Well, the tenets never really changed. I mean, there were times of peace and times of less peace, I'll say, but even those who joined as a drinking club knew they had a duty to protect Americans. The club was always polarized between people who wanted it to be a fraternity, but some who were willing to stand in harm's way to do what was right. And you were one of those, right? Yeah. You were in the Vice City chapter in Miami. Yeah. That's Tario's home chapter. Yeah. The Proud Boys, you guys saw yourselves at war with Antifa. Yeah. Maybe a civil war with Antifa. A peaceful civil war. Yeah. Peaceful civil war. Yeah. Well, you talked about reactionary conduct that was going out and looking for Antifa. That's what you said, right? Well, only after the fact, after they attacked Americans. So after you heard about violence by Antifa, then the Proud Boys would take to the streets and then seek out violence with Antifa, right? Objection. We be heard on this, Judge. Sidebar. Prosecutor comes back. You said that there was a bunch of growth in your membership in November 2020 after Trump mentioned the Proud Boys during a debate. You said that, right? Yeah. And in that exchange, Trump indicated he knew who the Proud Boys were. I think so. You viewed Trump as an ally of the Proud Boys, right? Objection, relevance. What is she? Don't talk about Trump here. Trump has nothing to do with this. This is the DC jury. Those jury Trump as much. If he get Trump action relevant, prosecutor says. So you doesn't get to answer that question. You and Vice City Proud Boys were motivated by, what did you say? Defending election integrity? Well, not defending election integrity. We didn't have a plan to alter the conclusion or anything of whatever may have been decided upon. You believe there were problems with the election? He says, well, not necessarily. He says, well, the average person could disagree about some things, but a reasonable person could disagree about whether that affected the result. Now, the entire reason for your attendance, says the prosecutor, was motivated by the election, wasn't it? No, not exactly. It says we wanted to show support, hoping that Pence would initiate some sort of a recount that would have been seeking to keep Donald Trump in power, right? No. Well, you think Trump was the rightful winner of the election? Yeah, I do. But we were going to abide by whatever was decided upon. So they were just there to observe the outcome of whatever it was going to be. And guess what? It's exactly what happened. The outcome of the election was what it was. And this guy was not charged with any crimes. He's there. Okay, we accepted it. And that's what the standard of the Proud Boys were. They weren't even challenging it. We were going to abide by whatever was there. And so you traveled with Tario to the November rally. Is that true? Yeah. You did that on a private plane? Yeah. And that was with Enrique Tario? Yeah. You follow Tario on Parler? He says, well, I wasn't very active on Parler, so no. Do you remember Tario's account? I don't remember. Tario posted a can of whoop-ass en route to D.C. Do you remember that? Here's what Tario said. Flying on a private plane. Nice. Can of whoop-ass is en route to D.C. Did you speak to Tario on the airplane? No. He was either sleeping or on his laptop the whole time. Now, I want to show you this video here, this exhibit here. Defense objection. Judge says, overruled. Play the video. Play whatever you want. Have fun. The video is a Proud Boy video of somebody called Gilbert Fontecoba. He's making a Proud Boy hand gesture, and now somebody else is making a hand gesture called Garcia. There's another person called Pedro who's there. You recognize these people? Were these all members of the Ministry of Self-Defense? I'm not sure. Prosecutor says, George, when you arrived in D.C. on 11/14, you were assigned to do security. Is that true? Yeah, I was there for security, and then we went back to the hotels. I got a text from the people that were being harmed in the streets, and there was video. So you put on gear. Yeah. Same gear we wear during the daytime. And you went out to go find Antifa, didn't you? Well, we went out there to prevent people from getting hurt. Yeah, but you said that you were, quote, chasing Antifa corner to corner, didn't you? Probably up on the screen. Well, the reason we were chasing them was cops were blocking our access. We were trying to confront these individuals. The police were attempting to keep you from Antifa? No, the police were trying to keep them from us. Antifa were the ones with weapons. I think the police were looking out for us. I want to show you this exhibit here, George. Now, you say the Proud Boys sought to get Antifa for about 2 hours. Is that true? Well, we were both trying to get at each other. The Proud Boys finally got through the police line. There was about a 3-minute fight at that incident. 3-minute fight. Some question about a number of Proud Boys. They say perhaps about 25 Proud Boys out of maybe 150. Objection overruled. How many Proud Boys did not engage in violence? 25 out of maybe 150. The rally in November, were there discussions amongst the Vice City Proud Boys? Yeah. And the Proud Boys celebrated the violence? Objection. Overruled. I say, yeah, actually, there was a fair bit of gloating. We were proud to inflict violence on individuals, inflicting violence on other Americans. We were happy that they got what was coming to them. That's true. Sorry about that. Yeah. So the gloating was in a Telegram channel that included these people, Fonte Coba, Garcia, and Tario. Yeah, we were all in the same chat. It was the chapter main chat. Said, I'd say for the Miami crowd, you had about maybe 6 or 7 who went. 2 or 3 of them were publicizing the rally. Were they celebrating? Yeah, celebrating. Yeah, there was some sort of achievement there. You know, a lot of the locker room talk was there. And you returned to D.C. December 2020 after that other rally, right? Yeah. Did you discuss how to prepare for the next one? Yeah. And you talked about programming radios? Yeah. And protective gear? Yeah. That's because 2 Proud Boys got stabbed that evening, right? Yeah. And you were present. Yeah, I was about 50 yards away. Were the Proud Boys beginning to get paranoid? Yes. There was a report that Antifa sent agents to attack Tario. There was an individual walking down the street in one of these rallies, and he was suspected of being Antifa. Is that true? Yeah, there were a few people. There were 2 stabbing events. Each stabbing had at least one individual carrying a knife. And that individual felt threatened by the Proud Boys. Objection. Overruled. Well, I didn't see that with my own eyes. I saw there was alcohol being misused. That's why we took measures next time. But yes, yeah, people were bored and stabbings occurred. Things, if you're bored sometimes. Go on a good, stabbing spree. That's Antifa, apparently. Here, McCullough says, well, I want to show you this exhibit. So this person is stabbing people, and the Proud Boys confronted him? Yeah. And he was attempting to defend himself? Yeah. And so he pulled out a knife. Oh. Well, I didn't see the incident. Sustained. But you're understanding that that person had been confronted by the Proud Boys. Objection sustained. Moves this into evidence. Objection. Judge reserves the ruling. So something happened here. I don't know what that was. I don't know if he pulled out a knife. Objection. Did he answer it? Didn't see the incident. Sustained. But he does get this question. He was attempting to defend himself? Yes. Then we get objections and the judge keeps the questions out. So based on what you heard, you didn't understand that individual to be Antifa? Objection. Sustained. Sidebar. Prosecutor's having a hard time here. So you were standing in the street that evening, right? Yeah. When commotion took place, you focused your attention on it. Well, not necessarily. I didn't find out on stabbing until after the fact. Objection overruled. People were saying someone got stabbed. Prosecutor asks, in the material you just reviewed, how did you come to learn about the circumstances surrounding that night? Objection. Says, from what people were telling me there, don't remember who, another Proud Boy most likely. So after December, you were selected for the Ministry of Self-Defense? Yeah. You were invited into the chat? Yeah. And into the vetting chat? No. Here's a form on the screen. It looks like you were invited into this form. You put your information in this application form. He says, I don't actually see the vetting chat. You were told that you should not tell anyone, even other members, about this group, right? Yeah. You were told that repeatedly, right? I don't remember that I was being told repeatedly, common knowledge. McCullough says, you were told repeatedly? When we entered the chat, it was stated a second time. I was told repeatedly, don't share info from this group. Well, now I want to show you another exhibit. This looks like an application form. It says the image that was chosen for this chat was a man with a gas mask. You see that? He says, yeah, it may have been. Here's the group photo. Man with a gas mask. Is Tario a secretive person? Not necessarily. The Proud Boys is a private organization. And you were invited to join a video chat. Is that true? Yeah. Is the link to that chapter, it went to YouTube? Not necessarily. So everything that took place was streamed over the internet, wasn't it? Yeah. But the link wasn't publicly available. They did a live stream. It was an exclusive link. It was unlisted. Even what occurred was considered confidential. YouTube has a private section. I know this because I'm an IT guy. He's right, by the way, prosecutor. You can have private videos that are not public. But the video was broadcast on YouTube, wasn't it? Yes. There was a discussion of violence in the Telegram group, correct? Yeah. Same celebrations that we'd witnessed in other cities, yeah. Discussions of violence continuing unabated. He says, well, you have a bunch of guys who put their lives on the line to help ordinary Americans, so you had a lot of locker room talk. Yeah. This is some more of your discussion on this exhibit, right? So, well, I wasn't someone who frequented Telegram much. Prosecutor reads this quote. This could break some legs, just saying. Objection, sustained. Prosecutor says, want to kick A when it's time to kick A. Did you say that? I would consider that hyperbole. But there was violence in real life, though. It's not that hyperbolic. Absolutely. It's like football locker room talk, right? We never targeted anyone. It was always reactionary. A lot of poetic, hyperbolic statements. When you were on the receiving end of violence, does it feel better if it's just hyperbole? Objection, argumentative, sustained, sidebar. Stop being a jerk, Mr. Prosecutor. Jaraguay is smiling at the sidebar. Prosecutor's doing most of the talking. So it looks like McCullough may lose whatever this one's about. It's about him being a jerk is what it is. When you're on the receiving end of violence, does it feel better if it's just hyperbole? Within the MOSD chats, there were discussions about the Capitol. Is that true? Yeah. And some Proud Boys were from Vice City? Yeah. Gabriel said it's time to stack those bodies. What does that mean? I don't know. I was kicked out of the chat by then. Don't have access to what was going on January 3rd. No idea. I wasn't there enough to validate that one. Toward the end, I was kicked out. You were kicked out? Yeah. You think you got kicked out prior to January 3rd? I don't remember exactly when. So your testimony about the purpose of the chat is informed by not reading earlier chats and then being kicked out later? In other words, you don't know anything about the chats? Well, I was part of the video meetings and I was involved in policing this chat to make sure that there was no inappropriate statements made. If I see things unbecoming of a conservative, and that's why I was kicked out. Your understanding of the chat was it was based on an application form, right? Yeah. And you participated in video chats. Yeah, and two YouTube videos too. Prosecutor, a judge says, just answer the question he asked, okay? Prosecutor says, your understanding was based on an application and a video chat, right? He says, not just those two things. Every time leadership posted something and pinned it, I'd read it. So the prosecutor is trying to get him to seem like he's not a part of the leadership. They're trying to make this leadership look like it's this amazingly talented cabal of insurrectionists who are going to seize power of the country. He's saying, I saw everything that they were talking about. It's none of that. You guys are crazy. So the prosecutor comes back out and says, well, you weren't really in a position to see any of that because you were just kind of not in there. You were kicked out before. You weren't in there after J6. You only got to be involved in these little areas, right? No, I'd read everything. Every time they'd read it, I'd pinned it. I'm not familiar with every single statement. But you didn't see this one, though, because you were kicked out, right? And you're sure you were kicked out before January 6th? Yes, I'm sure. Well, I want to show you this other one. It says, so are normies going to push through police lines and storm through the Capitol buildings? You didn't see that message? Nope, never seen it. What would they do if 1 million patriots stormed and took the Capitol? Did you see that message? I did not see that message. You said you policed the chat. Yeah, that's what I did, but I wasn't brought in. Was to do that. One thing you policed for were anti-Semitic comments, right? Yeah. Another thing was racist comments. Yeah. You took those concerns to Tario, and you told you disagree with comments, right? And that's right. He sympathized, but he wanted to deal with this after the event. You felt people were saying things directly counter to the bylaws, right? Yeah. The bylaws say you're not supposed to be racist. You're not supposed to be anti-Semitic. True? Yeah. Yeah. But that's not what you experienced, is it? Objection. Sidebar. This whole time they left this exhibit here on the screen, says Roger. You did not believe that the racist and anti-Semitic language was consistent with the bylaws. True? Yes. You raised it with Tario 1 or 2 times. You raised in chats that it wasn't addressed. It was addressed. Enrique didn't have power to kick people out at a national level, but you were kicked out of the group. Yes. Because you were making these complaints about anti-Semitic comments. Actually, I don't know. I was never given an explanation for why I was kicked out. So you went to DC for J6 and you did not meet with Tario or any other defendants on January 5th, right? Right. You didn't go to the Washington Monument? No. You didn't go to the march? No. I was tasked with protecting Bianca Gracia. You didn't join them in a march to the Capitol? Correct. No cell phone communications with them? No. After the commotion, cell phones comms ceased. Didn't have a radio? Nope. Now, a photo of and 2 other January chest. He's standing next to the Greek. He has a radio. Greek has Vice City chapter on a plane to a November rally. He says, yeah, now I remember. Had a radio to talk to Bianca's security. There were so many different stages, but couldn't always communicate. We never used these radios. Radios were given to us by a third guy, but we never did figure out how to use them. Guy on the right is who? Josh Macias. He was in Bianca's hotel room? Yeah. Judge says, all right, enough of this line of question. We're going to break for lunch here, ladies and gentlemen. Jury, you're excused. There will be 1 more hour of testimony. Then we're going to call it early a day. It's Friday, says the judge. So we'll go for another hour, and then we'll be back in no time. And so they go to lunch, have themselves a delicious sandwich, and we fast forward right back and we're in business. Judge continues. Defense attorney Jared Guy for Enrique Tario. He says, Judge, before we start up again, I want you to admonish the next witness, this FBI informant, that she's still under subpoena and she's better be back here on Monday. Judge says she's been receiving death threats. Great. Seems like there were 2 Antifa bothering her. Uh-oh. Judge says, we may not get to you today, but there's an ongoing legal obligation you have until the party tells me they don't want to call you anymore. So it's a legal obligation that remains in place till I release you. Any questions? The FBI informant sits there and says, no. Defense says, should I release her now for the day? Should I let her go now? Can you imagine being her too? She just got outed as a Fed informant after she's been in prayer groups with these families. And she's still sitting there in court. The government doesn't want her. The defense is looking at her like she just betrayed everything because she did. Brutal. And from her perspective, what did the government have on her that was twisting her to do this? What were they threatening her with in order to make her do something so low? Invade prayer groups, go to defense attorney offices. Judge says, I think she should remain. And for reasons we should discuss. Now, the witness leaves the room. She was never identified in court. Prosecutor says, for the record, Judge, we will discuss with the defense the appropriateness of having witness assistance available for the witness. This is an issue in the present case. One of the reasons we've attempted to file things under seal. These things are serious. Yeah, no kidding. Defense says, Judge, since I filed it on the record, I'm not taking the fall. When this pops up in the middle, after the government has tried its case and just before a defense witness is ready to testify, they can't put this on us. I didn't identify the witness. Hassan for Enrique Tarrio says, my concern is this witness is Jewish, as you are aware. There may be concerns as far as this witness returning Monday as well. He's also under a continuing obligation to return. So this current witness, George, is going to come back too. Everyone's excused for lunch. They come back. Defense says, all right, Your Honor, there are certain images that the government wants to introduce, but we object to them. Prosecutor says, that's all right. Well, we're not going to even introduce those anyways. But I am going to discuss the role on the evening of J5 and ask about Bianca Garcia's room. He says that he saw Oathkeeper founder Stuart Rhodes and his girlfriend, Oathkeeper Kelly Soriel, at Gracia's room. Witnesses was also doing security at the stage for Gracia, so he may want to ask about whether the witness saw Rhodes and Soriel. Judge says, no, I don't think that's even appropriate, not within the scope of direct. Prosecutor says, yeah, but Judge, this witness claimed to be doing security, but why would he be going to the room of Gracia and seeing all these people, and what's that got to do with security? The judge says, well, I still don't understand how it's within the scope of the direct. What does that have to do with Stuart Rhodes? The defense is that this is all First Amendment and opportunities to give speeches to go to a rally, but the prosecutor says it's still relevant and within the scope that Stuart Rhodes is in the hotel with Gracia, and they're discussing their involvement the evening and the following day. It refutes the idea that this is done for free speech. Instead, prosecutor says it shows that the head of the Oath Keepers, who's just met with Tarrio in a garage the night before, is continuing to associate with Gracia, who is thick as thieves with, strike that, very close with Tarrio. And this is all supposed to be about a rally and a rally at noon. And the judge says, I just think it's beyond the scope for this witness. You think this undermines the idea that this is a First Amendment protection? But without more, I don't see how it does that. Prosecutor still arguing. He says, well, following the evening on January 6th, he posted to other Proud Boys, quote, it was planned in our hotel room the night before by OKers and 3%ers. Then on January 8th, he said, I'm thrilled with what happened, and I don't know why people keep saying it's Antifa BLM. It was planned in our hotel room the day before. Nick Smith says, great, that's exculpatory. Perfect, tell them that. This trial isn't about the Oath Keepers or the 3%ers. They said it was done by the Oath Keepers and the 3%ers. We're here for the Proud Boys. Judge says, all right, let me see the message on this one. Prosecutor shows the message. Why do people keep mentioning Antifa and BLM? We conservatives, they say, did that. Smith says, well, we'd asked that it was in the moment be included if you permit this. Pattis objects, says, no, it's going to confuse the issue. It's trying to smuggle in something by insinuation. Judge says, well, these are his statements, and I don't see why the government doesn't get to ask about them. The witness will say whatever he says about it. Lets it in. Carmen says, this is a chat involving a handful of Florida people. It's all hearsay. It's all Rule 403. My client never mentioned it, is never mentioned in it. Judge said, well, it's fair. Judge says it's fair. Smith says, what? That it was planned from our hotel room? It was the Oath Keepers and the 3%ers? What's the relevance to the Proud Boys? And the judge says, well, just because other people are also involved doesn't mean, he says, it's at least an implication that we planned it with them. So they're going to get to hear that too. Amazing. Judge is bringing in the jury. Prosecutor resumes the cross. He says, remind me about this. You went to rabbinical school? Yeah. And you ran a synagogue? Yeah. But you're a controversial figure, right? Yeah. Because you do mass conversions of people to Judaism. Yes. You refer free... What? I don't know what that is. You described your military service Yeah, you separated from the military under the threat of court-martial because you've been AWOL for more than a year? Yeah, for more than 6 months. I don't recall the dates. That's what I was trying to achieve. Judge interrupts him. Don't know what that is about. Separated under other than honorable discharge to avoid a court-martial. Is that true? Yeah. Now, I want to go back to January 6th. You went to the stage about 12 to 15 minutes away from the Capitol. Yeah. You spent the entire morning there. Yeah. You were providing security for Bianca Garcia. Yeah. Other people were there. Yeah. You, the Greek, a third person was also providing security. True? Yes. Tario was supposed to have shown up between 10 a.m. and noon. Yes. But he didn't show up. Right. The Proud Boys marched that morning. It wasn't an official event. And you don't believe that Nordine Biggs and other people led the Proud Boys to the Capitol? No, I'm not familiar with that. They never came to your rally, correct? Right. They were not there to provide security to your rally, right? Correct. I can't say if they were there, why they were there. Never really met these individuals in the past. You never saw a large group of Proud Boys come to your rally site? Not that I remember. Now, after the breach, you didn't see any signs saying you couldn't be there? Correct. You found no officers were there telling you to stop? Correct. You didn't see any violence towards officers? No. I saw a door. The door I saw was never breached. It was within the building and there were officers there. You could see inside of the building? Yeah. The door had glass panels and they were cracked, but there were officers holding a door. At some point, an officer came out with a shield and pushed people back. I want to show you this video. Is this the door you were near? Yeah, that's the one. Do you see a violent melee here? They're shouting, our house, rioters clutching cloths over their noses. He says, I was there for about 15 minutes. That door was never breached. This person I was protecting, I went where they went. You were there to protect those women. It's their fault. Objection sustained. Is this you? Yeah, that's me. That's me escorting the women out. Is that door open right there? Well, I didn't see that. That happened after I left. So your job was to escort the ladies away from the door after the door was breached? I never saw it breached. I was walking away. 3 seconds later, the door was open. Did you see protesters move into the building? Not through that door. So you were escorting women to safety and you didn't see what happened 10 to 15 seconds later? Yeah, right. It was so densely populated, I was just trying to get out. You understood the purpose of going to DC on January 6th, didn't you? Yeah. People were there to try to prevent the steal from going through. Is that true? Yeah. You think people that went inside the building are heroes? Well, I don't think anyone at that time thought that they were doing anything wrong. You believe people who went inside are heroes? Yes, I do. In your view, breaking into the Capitol is a legitimate form of political protest? Because I believe protesting at that moment, the whole country knew what was happening. No one knew what was happening. After the fact, I think that what happened classified these people as heroes. You believe they're heroes because one man's freedom fighter is another's terrorist? Objection sustained. You posted a statement describing your views following J6, right? Overruled. I don't remember. Well, let me show you this exhibit. Sidebar. Hernandez and Hassan go up and start talking to the judge. Says, all right, everybody, we're going to leave it there for the day. Going to go ahead and excuse you for the weekend. And just a reminder, do not talk to anybody about the case. Do not watch the news. Have yourselves a good weekend. Please be safe. Goodbye. They come back. The jurors are gone. Judge says, okay, look, was this video on January 6th or January 7th? Prosecutor says, in January, the statement is bracketed by uhurus. On the direct exam, the Ministry of Self-Defense was about people staying safe, keep together. And then on cross, he fought me on the idea that he or anyone else had the mindset of stopping the certification. But this is what was in his mindset and what he felt comfortable sharing. And so we should have gone further. We didn't go far enough. It's impeaching of his testimony about what he was there to do, what the objective was. It also goes to the primal nature of it, the bias he has to protect these defendants who he views as heroes. The defense says, okay, Judge, still, it's outside the scope. It's hearsay. It's 4 days after the event. It's no reference to the Proud Boys as far as what they did or what these individuals did. The judge says the bias point would supersede all of that. If it's bias, it's always within scope. He was thrown out of the chat, says Norm Pattis. He never saw the defendants on J6. There's not even a nexus to the defendants. Prosecutor says, I don't think there's case law that because the video shows bias, that it's not admissible. He's sharing his view with his fellow brothers about how he strongly believes these guys are heroes. Yeah, but he doesn't mention the Proud Boys at all. Prosecutor says, I'm not sure when I'll get into this, but he was in the chats through J6. He didn't get kicked out until after. As a factual matter, he was involved in these chats, he says. Judge says, well, I've heard enough on that. Now I want to know whether we need to seal the courtroom to talk more about the confidential human source, the FBI informant. Prosecutor is like, sure, perfect, seal it right up. The defense says, no, we object to that, Judge. We object to sealing the courtroom. Her name is out there already. Well, that's part of the basis. There are other bases for sealing this. Government says, well, to the extent that some other reporting has been shared, if we get into the substance of that, it could jeopardize other items, Judge. Our preference would be, if we can avoid sealing, probably fine. Thing would be to ask if there's more attorney-client material they plan to discuss. Judge says, all right, we'll get to that. The first part of the discussion is how to proceed. Biggs, Norman Pattis, representing Biggs, chimes in. He says, we've met with Taint Counsel. We don't know what the government has. We don't intend to address any attorney-client claims because we're in the dark here. Judge says, I'd ask parties, as we read earlier, to provide additional facts if they have received info from one defendant. Our conversation this morning, Mr. Jaraguay, suggested there are more facts out there. Jaraguay says, yes, Judge. Last night, I did provide a sworn recorded statement from the witness to the government. I can provide it to the court if you'd like. Prosecutor says, yes, it's been said to the prosecution team and to the taint team as well. Judge says, all right. Well, in light of that, I've got a motion for an evidentiary hearing in front of me. 2 layers here. 1, do I need to develop the facts further? And 2, what would we do outside the presence of the jury and what would we do inside the presence of the jury? I have to develop the facts and the rule on that outside the presence of the jury. If there's a violation, then I do what's appropriate. Prosecutor says, before we break, I would just like to ask Carmen Hernandez to put something on record. Stephen Metcalf, representing Pizzola, chimes in. He says, one of my potential witnesses, Lisa McGee, popped her head into the courtroom. I'll make sure that doesn't happen again. Sorry about that, Judge. I think that's Dominic Pizzola's wife. Judge says, Mr. Pattis, you're not going to face any discipline for that photograph you took in the courtroom, given that it was done in the spirit of zealous advocacy. That related back to the testimony of Nicole Miller. They're taking a 10-minute break. Roger says, frankly, I thought it was legitimate. He was trying to cast doubt on Miller's ability to identify Proud Boys out of an overhead CCTV shot of a crowd. Yeah, it was crazy. That was when FBI agent Nicole Miller was like looking at these little pinheads on a photograph. And she's like, that's a Proud Boy, that's a Proud Boy, that's a Proud Boy. I'm Where's Waldo world champion. You go, wait a minute, what? And so she was circling all these things, identifying that guy with a red hat that's the size of 2 pixels. Proud Boy, Proud Boy, Proud Boy, Proud Boy, Proud Boy. You go, what? So he took a picture of that and then asked her to do it again. And guess what? All of her circles looked a little bit differently because she's full of crap. So he took a photo of that and the judge scolded him. On cross, he asked her to identify them on a blank version, compared the 2 photos. She did a pretty good job of repeating the performance, but it still was outside the judge's approval. Judge comes back from the break. He says, all right, I'm back. All right, how are we proceeding? Jaraguay says, we're ready to call this witness. We don't need anything. We just want to call her on Monday after Mesa finishes testifying. Don't have any issues. Some of the other defendants have. No intrusion into our defense camp. Nick Smith says, well, we don't have any objection to Tario's proposal. All the issues can be explored on the cross-exam, so they just want to get this informant on the stand. Judge says, yeah, but that ignores what I said. There may be things that are appropriate to explore at evidentiary hearings outside the jury's presence. But that's not what Jeriguai wants. This is great. He says, no, we don't have any problems. No, we just have our witness. It's crazy that she's an informant. That's crazy. But she's still our witness, and we want to put her on there, like right now. And the fact that she's a government informant, that's their problem. So they didn't tell us. We're in the middle of trial. We could have had this evidentiary hearing back in before the trial started, back in January, when they terminated the relationship with her. They could have told us then. They didn't. They found out the day before trial. So they say, we're ready. We don't need to change anything. They screwed it up. It's their mistake. Let them deal with it on the back end if they don't like it. But the judge is going to run on interference for them. Yes, they screwed up big time, but now the judge is asking, oh, I know you're ready, defense. I know you want to go forward with this case and present it and put this informant on the stand, but I don't want to do that. That ignores what I said. There may be things appropriate to explore at an evidentiary hearing outside the jury's presence, which could have been done a long time ago if the government had properly disclosed her, but they didn't. Issue, the defense says, well, Judge, there's another issue on this, okay? Whether there's been an intentional intrusion into the defense camp, it's a legitimate question for cross-examination. If we put her up there on the stand, I'm going to ask her about that. You were in their office in Miami? The hell were you doing there? You were being paid by the government when you were sitting there? We can't wait to get into that. Yes, it's bias. It's all of these things that the judge has been allowing the prosecutors to get away with. Why can't the defense do it too? Let's see. Norm Pattis says, us too, Judge, ready to roll. We might need another evidentiary hearing separately, but on this one, we're ready. Carmen says, we're also fine with proceeding. Don't need anything else from us. I have a witness scheduled to self-surrender on Tuesday. So she's, apparently ready to come in. Roger Roots for Pizzola says, Judge, with regarding this issue, this counsel issue, we don't have a problem like the other camps. This witness hasn't had any contact with our camp, though we're still looking into it. We have issues related to disclosure and other Brady problems, failure to turn over exculpatory information. The judge says, okay, but look, if we call this person, really doesn't want him to call her, the question becomes what's in and out of bounds. Prosecutor says, okay, well, we agree with the path forward. We can call her. The issue is the scope of the direct and the cross. They want to limit what they can get into. Says, I think the audio tees up what's relevant and appropriate. We disagree with Smith's view that the invasion of the defense camp is fair game on cross. Of course they do. They really want that to not come in. The judge says, all right, let's do it this way. You all could lay out for me what the controversial areas are. I can listen to Jeriguai's recording, what that is, and take it under advisement over the weekend. Don't know what that recording is. All right, so inappropriate conduct. The prosecutor says, we think it's inappropriate to suggest inappropriate conduct by the government under the federal rules of evidence. They are such losers and whiners and babies. We can't talk about your invasion of...
Hey, I don't know if anyone knew or whatever, but about an hour or so ago, maybe not even that, but if you missed it, he announced that there was more informants. There was more informants than there is defendants. Now, I don't know pertaining to exactly what, whether they're direct J6 or just in general, but more informants at maybe J6 than there are defendants. That's a little, well, I don't know. Those type of statistics I'd have to look into. That's some crazy shit. Wow.
The defense camp by your own confidential human source and the disclosure of the informant in the middle of trial. You don't want us to talk about that? Biggs says, I have no intention of getting into comms with Biggs. Tario says, I do want to get into her relationship with two different handlers. I want to know about the amount of time it takes, how much time she spent with them. I want to know whether the info she provided about J6 was taken seriously. We have a right to attack whether the FBI did a thorough investigation, whether they followed leads, whether this person gave exculpatory info. I'm going to stay away from her communications with my client. But the government had all of these CHSs, and not a single one of them told the government that our clients had a plan to storm the Capitol. Isn't that interesting? Not a single one of them. Maybe 10, maybe 15 of them. Judge says, well, I did admit some evidence about some folks in a position to know. But this person, as far as what I've been provided, was not a CHS on J6. This person is not similarly situated to other CHSs for which I permitted evidence to be submitted. Trying to distinguish this. This judge is trying so hard to keep this person out, or to keep the questions to this person out. Monday is going to be a disaster. Jaraguay says, Judge, look, yeah, maybe she was different. Maybe she was not. The other person that was allowed to come in was not a CHS on J6. She was on J6. Says, defense chimes in, she would testify, Your Honor, that she was in 100 different Telegram groups. She was friends with multiple Proud Boys. She saw no chatter on any of those groups about any plans on J6 to storm the Capitol. Whenever she saw anything amiss, she'd call her handlers. The materials we've been provided are incorrect. It was not 16 conversations. It was more like 40 conversations with her handlers. 40? The materials we got, the materials we've been provided are incorrect. It sounds like the government said that they've been in contact 16 times, but guess what? This woman apparently has got evidence of 40 conversations with her handlers. So why is the government only disclosing 16 of those conversations if there were more like 40 interactions? Judge says, maybe you could say you had, quote, an informal relationship and she didn't call the FBI up. What? The defense for Nordine says, okay, so the court agrees we're allowed to explore bias and an incentive to fabricate. If the informant is tasked with reporting on the defendants in the case, and that is how they earn an income, there's a possibility they would fabricate a testimony on a subject to please their handlers. That's something we're entitled to explore given good faith basis we have to believe there was unusual activity like having her in defendant and attorney's offices. It's an issue of bias and it's an incentive to fabricate. The judge says, okay, so you want to ask, did the government task you with obtaining info about my client? Yeah. I want to ask if she was tasked by the FBI to do that. Yes. And related witnesses and whether they had conversations with the handler about my client, even without being tasked to do so, right? The FBI said, we never tasked her to do it. Okay, but she was tasked to give you info. Did any of that info include those areas? You may not have been tasked to do it, but you may have gotten it anyways. And the defense says another thing, Judge. She did talk to her handler about the Proud Boys rallies that she'd been to. She talked about Biggs and Tarios. She's a percipient witness. She started in 2018, the government says. Well, it wasn't formalized until April 2020. One of what she said something like, Smith says she gives some responses in audio that are inconsistent with the content of the records we received from the government. Regarding the number of contacts? Yeah. Judge says it sounds much sketchier than what I've admitted previously. Says, yeah, she's being paid, has incentive to come up with stuff. Our good faith basis here is the series of unusual contacts she's made, which I filed under seal. Prosecutor says, hold on a minute, Judge. Hold on a minute. Once you hear the recording, I think you're going to be in a much better position to judge whether there's any good faith basis for inquiring about whether she's invaded the defense camp, okay? She was not reporting on the Proud Boys, would never report on the Proud Boys, would only report on our side. Says it's a 36-minute recording. You're going to hear the back and forth. I think some of the questions you'll hear would be inappropriate to come out before the jury course. Suggestion that the government outed you. Didn't even give you the courtesy of a heads up before doing this or that. You'll hear it. Prosecutor says, Mr. Jaraguay is very good, and I say this very warmly, at insinuating things with his body and his voice. Prosecutor doesn't like the defense. He's very good, and I say this warmly, at insinuating things with his body and voice. Do you mean like persuasion? Oh my gosh. Prosecutors have a hard time acting like human beings, interacting with society. That's why they work for the government and just prosecute other defendants. And they just hang out with themselves and other people in law enforcement. And they sort of, stroke themselves about justice, all these things. Ridiculous. So making fun of this defense attorney for being good, insinuating things with his body and voice. Pathetic. Embarrassing. I don't want insinuation that government's done something improper through the questions. Nobody's insinuating anything, idiot. We're outright saying that you are corrupt and completely unethical in this trial. Okay, I'll just say it outright. Sheesh Louise. Judge says, what was the original? What was her testimony that we haven't discussed? Well, she was there on J6 watching the Trump speech. I think she was going to give a speech. Trump went long. At one point, she said she'd been in Latinos for Trump. Hernandez says, well, now we're talking about a witness who's been sentenced. Self-surrender date extended to Tuesday. Apparently, that's Jeff Finley. Prosecutor says, well, the order for tomorrow, let's check with the judge can check. Let me, if need be. Says, we'll deal with this later. I'll listen to the video over the weekend. We're done here today. It's Friday. I'm tired. I got to get the hell out of here. Judge says, I got to beat the rush hour traffic. We're done. I'll see you at 9 a.m. on Monday. Have a great weekend, everybody. All right. All right. Judge is gone. That's Judge Kelly, my friends. That is the end of the Proud Boys trial this week. And boy, oh boy, was it a doozy. So the judge is going to be having some homework to do, to be listening to both sides and weighing our from the various different prosecutors. Jason McCullough doesn't have a profile photo. It's probably why he's not very persuasive. Anyways, that was Sabino Jaraguay closing us out, asking whether or not his own intern is a CHS. Very good question. Judge doing everything they can to keep this train on the tracks, which means leading right down the road to convictions from the Proud Boys. We'll, of course, continue to follow it. We'll be back on Monday with day 40. Should be. We'll look forward to seeing you there. Thank you for subscribing, and thank you so much for sharing this story. This Proud Boys trial is one of the most grotesque things we've ever covered here, because it is active maliciousness from the DOJ, and they're covering it up. They don't even feel bad about it. It's horrible, and it's pernicious. It's not stopping anytime soon. So the more people that can scream about this and demand some action in the DOJ, maybe the House Oversight Committee, maybe the Judiciary Committee in the House or the Senate, the DOJ is out of control. They're embedding FBI informants into different various groups, including defense attorney offices in Miami, while they're preparing for a trial. Unbelievable. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for subscribing. We'll look forward to seeing you on the next one. All right, my friends. Well, everything, and it feels like we could go to places that we've never been. Sometimes you gotta be wrong to look at yourself and know you can be right. You know that God is coming, but on the day you fly, to lift us up together, you gotta do everything.
too much. Every time I come close, that's a brand new touch. Change gears with no fears, like a brand new clutch. Stay ready to heat it up, like a brand new Dutch. I'm all in, all everything, no hold barred. I put my hand into the fire just to see that shard. I built my voice along the wire, watch me draw that card, and I will stand up and defend it. I could be the one who changes everything, everything, everything. And it feels like we could go to places that we never been, never been, never been. Now you gotta be wrong to look at yourself and know you can be right. To lift yourself together, you gotta do everything, 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 everything.
Manipulative, deceptive. No other words can describe the Harvest House. This organization was founded in 1997 as a place of hope, healing, and restoration. In the last several years, things have gone horribly wrong. A convicted child abuser in authority, staff that usually harass harmfully young women, a homeless, rubbing poison, drugs, and others.
This is what my neighbor.
Every moment tallies up, shortcuts a quick opportunity to go mess it up. You think that the money counts, but the moments they amount. That's how you measure riches in the end. Now you gotta be wrong to look at yourself and know you can be right. You know that time is coming, you're gonna stay fly. To lift yourself together, you gotta do everything, 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 everything. You gotta do everything, 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 everything.
Truth. Everybody in this ain't legit. Everybody ain't on this same shit. Everybody ain't.